Clark, Sled Puppy, good morning. Everything pretty much back to normal after the hurricanes?
Down here it is.
Yeah.
All right, I may flip you, and we may start with baseball because that Yankees-Indians game was special.
It was pretty sweet. Whatever you want to do.
I mean, the football game sucked. Well, I mean, it wasn't a good game. I mean, they did what they were supposed to. They beat a really bad team.
I'm just laughing because I'm with you. I'm laughing because of what we talked about yesterday.
Oh, I know. I purposely kept your Twitch handle out of the show thing so the wrong people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes. That works out very well.
They beat the Saints, Ed. Come on, man. Bo Nix played well. That's a bad football team.
You can't spell Broncos without... Well, I mean, when you have a two-letter name, you can't spell a lot of things without B-O.
I'm so sick of this Bo Nix crap. I can't believe they didn't trade for Devontae Adams. I mean, it's a crime because they would have won the Super Bowl with him. Yeah, he played okay. His feet do a great job. He's got to learn to slide too, though. He took some hits last night. They're going to start coming.
I like Bo Nix a lot. I did not understand that there was a whole, army, a Bo Nix army on this show.
I got to find 5.
Oh, look, good morning. I've been waiting for that comment. You're my favorite Lions fan. Mark, what'd you say? Sorry.
Oh, no. I'm just trying to find 5 games to bet. I'm struggling.
Oh, I did not struggle, as I'm sure you know. I had 10. I have 5 for you, if you want me to send them to you.
All right. Trent, 15 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Well, we don't have the budget to do voiceovers on a nightly basis to update the show, but it is not David Moulton and Mark Miller this morning. It's Mark Miller and Trent Bally. Thanks so much for joining us. David has Friday off. He is having some medical issues dealing with today. So we wish David all the best with that going on. How the heck are you? I'm not screaming it. I could try. It doesn't sound as good. David has better pipes for how the heck are you. I just don't have them. Trent Bally in the house. Welcome back to the show. Good morning. How are you, sir?
Mark, I'm so good. Thank you so much for letting me fill in. Big shoes to fill, David Moulton. And I mean that figuratively, by the way. But just incredible stuff. I didn't realize how much I'd miss you guys, and I mean that in a real way. So it's just great to kind of slide back in on a Friday and have some fun with you guys.
No doubt. And what a Thursday night of sports it was. Trent and I talked yesterday, and unlike David and I, that we never talk after the show and have no idea what we're going to I have no idea what we're talking about the next day. I have some idea when there's a game, but don't have a full idea. David kind of steers the ship. It'll be a little different today, maybe a little more produced, not a whole hell of a lot more. But I said Trent will probably open up and talk a little Thursday night football. Not when the Indians. I knew it would happen. I am a walking fine jar with that team. I can't do it. I've got a guy. My daughter plays soccer with a gal, and her father is a huge Cleveland fan and wears not Guardians, wears Indian stuff every day. Won't let it go. And he said there's a lot of them that are like that. But the Guardians and Yankees last night, that was special. I hope you watched it. I hope you took it in. You didn't have to watch the whole thing because the game got started in the 8th when Aaron Judge goes yard with a 4-iron over the wall by about 8 feet to tie the game at 3. And then Giancarlo Stanton goes yard on the very next at-bat to give the Yankees what seemed to be a lead and a 3-0 lead in the series, only to have the Guardians come back in the 9th with a 2-home run by Big Christmas. How much do you love that name?
Well, as a jaded Tigers fan, I don't love it, but it's pretty creative. I mean, his last name's Noel, so you get the Christmas tie-in. John Kenzie Noel, that's his name. I think that's how you pronounce it.
I think it's
Great
Joe
swing of his
Joe
life.
Kenzie.
I mean, he's a rookie. He's made a huge impact for them. He's also pretty good in right field, Mark. Have you seen some of the throws he's made to the plate this year?
Made a great play against the Tigers, throwing out a runner at second base to prevent an extra base hit in that series. So, yeah, defensively, they've struggled, though. They're a great defensive team. They've had some hiccups defensively and got through it. And their closer, the best closer in the game, gives up a home run in the Detroit series, gives up 2 last night. He's given up more earned runs in the postseason. More earned runs in the postseason than he did the entire regular season.
Yeah, I hate just reading off the sheet here, but I got it written down, Mark. Emmanuel Class A, that's who you're talking about. Best closer in baseball, and everyone loves him until the playoffs. I mean, he gave up 2. I think he gave up 2 homers all season, right? And he's already given up 3 in the postseason.
Already given up 3.
Guilty for one of those, but when the lights are bright, But hey, it hasn't cost Cleveland, so really they deserve credit for that. I mean, if you're able to overcome that sort of thing, I don't know. I mean, maybe the buck stops here for Cleveland. That's what I was thinking last night after the Yankees worked their magic in the 8th or the 7th or whatever inning it was late in the game. And to pull that one out in front of those home fans, what a special night for those fans.
I was wondering just how many people at 5-3 when the Yankees add on the other run in the 9th to go up 2.
Yeah.
Because I happen to, just with life, my daughter has gymnastics. I drop her off and pick her up. I don't sit there for the 3-hour practice. Yes, that's right. A 3-hour practice for a 10-year-old in gymnastics. That seems logical. But I digress. So in running back over, I have to listen to the game. And the crew doing Carl Ravitch and Eduardo Perez and Tim Kirkshin are terrific. I love Kirkshin because he adds so much to the broadcast. But they're emphatic, that Cleveland's got to get out of the 9th without allowing another run. They've got to keep this at 4-3. Well, it goes to 5-3. And I just wonder how many people said, this is done. Let's get out of here. And left a little early only to hear Noel with the home run in the 9th and then David Fry in the 10th with the bomb. A no-doubter to give the Cleveland Guardians a 7-5 victory, and now it's a 2-1 Yankees lead in the series. Look, I still think the Yankees are going to win the series. I think they're the better team.
I think they're going to win it in 5.
Oh, I'd take that bet right now. I think Cleveland gets another one at home because it's 2-3-2.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I still think, I mean, the Yankees almost stole one last night and they weren't the best team at all last night and somehow almost managed to win at Progressive. So I think they'll win. Is game 4 tonight?
Game 4 is tonight. Game 5 is tomorrow night. They play 3 straight.
Yeah, I think this one's over tomorrow night. We'll see. I mean, I'd like to say I'm rooting for Cleveland. I'm not even rooting for Cleveland. Mark, I think this is the only situation where I would even consider rooting for the Yankees because after the run our Tigers made which I know we're not going to go into, but your divisional opponent takes out your team, I'll root for anyone against those guys. And
I love your passion, Trent. I really do, because that is for me, and Trent and I are both Tigers fans, both from Michigan. Trent's in Michigan right now. For me, it was such a surprise of what Detroit did. And I had zero expectations. When they beat the Astros, I'm like, all right, now we're playing with house money. Sure, getting one more series would have been great, and David Fry hitting that home run crushed the Tigers when they had the opportunity in Game 4. But it's hard to pull, for me to ever pull for the Yankees. The Yankees have enough fans. My wife's one of them. All of a sudden, she's come out of the woodwork. She's watching the games. She's cheering. She's clapping during the games. She doesn't know who a damn player on the team is, but it's the Yankees, so we're going to root for the Yankees.
And that's how a lot of people are, Mark.
You're darn right.
The Cowboys are the same way. The LA Dodgers, ironically, are the same way. There's kind of a weird thing going on in the baseball playoffs where it's like, we could have a Subway Series. We could have LA versus New York. Cleveland should be the team that I'm rooting for by most standards, but I can't do it because I can't get over my hatred for a division rival, and especially when they take you out of the playoffs. Had they not done that, things would probably be different, but this Cleveland team is just hard for me to like.
And then there's the other side of me that wants to see a Yankees-Dodgers World Series, because I want to see Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani go at one another, battling the at-bats in the World Series that I think would be terrific for baseball. And Shohei started off last night in great fashion, leadoff home run. Dodgers pound the Mets. That series looks to be about done.
Yeah, and for that one for me is easy, Mark. I mean, I don't even have to think about that when I close my eyes. Just throw. It's the Mets for me. And yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately, the run differential in that series is what it is. To put it lightly, I'm rooting for the Mets. I just don't think they have the firepower in them. It's been a good run, and it just goes to show that I think a lot of times in playoff baseball, flukes happen, weird things. Like, look at the Padres. I think the Padres actually on paper are a better team than the Dodgers, despite all their firepower. The Padres have the firepower to go 1-for-1 with them. But in a series where it's best of 5 or best of 3 in the early rounds, weird things happen after a 162-game season. The Dodgers have withstood that test, and they absolutely deserve to be where they're at. And I actually think they're going to end up winning it all. We'll see.
Well, and the Dodgers all of a sudden found their pitching. And if that's the case, that's with the top of that lineup, as good as it is, if they find pitching, they're an extremely tough out. But Yankees-Dodgers would be fun for all the star power, about a $700 million in annual salary between the two teams. I mean, that would be a good watch, and that's what baseball's hoping for. That is for certain. But it is a Football Friday. I didn't even talk to you about that, Trent. We do that Football Friday thing, and then
Football Friday.
There you go. Didn't know if he'd be ready this morning. Trent Bally filling in for David Moulton. He'll be back. David expected to be back on Monday. Has surgery today. We wish him all the best getting through it. The text line is open at 21,000. Twitch chat room is always there at twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton if you want to take in the show via video and see what the two of us look like, which I can't really give you any real good reasons to do. But the interaction of the Twitch chat rooms, a lot of fun. Trent decked out in full Lions gear today. Big one. And I watch the Lions. I want the Lions to win. I am not a Lions fan. I did not inherit that gene at 55 years old. These are the best couple of years of Lions football of my life. A couple of okay years when I was a kid, one NFC championship where they got bombed. But for the most part, it was the same old Lions. You, on the other hand, you don't have the gene. You're a carrier.
Well, I think after that last season, Mark, you might have had the gene, stitched into you again. You might have had it. You won't admit it, but you might have had the gene reintroduced because this team is fun.
They are a lot of fun. I don't feel like I can jump on the Lions bandwagon now. If you abandon
I'm driving the bandwagon, you're welcome. You hop on it. Hop on in. Come on. There's plenty of room for you, Mark Miller.
Oh, I know there's room. Trust me. I'm aware that there's room. And like I said, I watch and I want them to win for you and for others that are friends of mine that are diehard Lion fans. For me, if they lose, it's like, all right, whatever. I don't have that same venom when they, when the Tigers lost, I was bummed out. When the Lions lose, I'm like, okay, nice season. With the Red Wings lost last night to the Rangers, I'm texting with my son angrily because they look terrible. So I have it with certain teams. I don't have it with others. But a big game, Lions and Vikings, we'll get into that. Pat Kirwan on the show today to break down all of the Week 7 games. We'll talk with Lee Sterling, get his picks. Trent and I will make our picks against the number. David has texted me his picks as well. So we have David's picks against the spread ready to go. Sure, for you to go the other way and win on those. I promise I won't take many shots. I can't do it. He's not here. It's a lot more fun to take the shots when he's sitting across from me, or at least on the Zoom call as well. But we'll get into last night's football game, the Saints and the Broncos. The Broncos dismantled the Saints last night. Tremendous effort last night for Denver in a game that, if they're going to be a playoff team, they had to win, and they did just that easily over New Orleans. And you wonder, New Orleans right now, they're in upheaval. I mean, that's after the great start. That's 5 straight losses. You wonder how much longer, how hot that seat's getting under Dennis Allen right now.
Yeah, and you probably thought that before the season, right? I mean, if you could think 5 coaches that you would have on the hot seat to start the season, Dennis Allen was on that list. The difference is they started 3-0, so the narrative starts to change a little bit, but we knew that wasn't sustainable.
No, and I had them picked to be a pretty poor team. I think I had them for 7 wins at the end of the year. I don't know if they'll get there, obviously, with Carr out. That certainly puts a hiccup in their plans because Spencer Rattler can't get it done. We see rookie quarterbacks, he needs a few more games under his belt to even just get comfortable. Miller and Moulton, Trent Bally filling in for Dave today, and we much appreciate Trent's being able to get up early in the morning to help us out here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Lee Sterling in 45 minutes, the starting 5, 25 minutes away.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Do I sound okay to you?
A little hollow.
Okay.
A little, like, not echoey, but a little hollow. That would be the only thing I would say. It sounds fine. Trent, you get married yet? He'd have to go on a date.
Yeah, wait, what am I missing? Hang on. In the chat. Oh, I missed you guys.
All right.
Play of the day. That's good. Play of the day would be a layup today. Big Christmas.
I don't know. It would be Christmas or David Fry. I mean, you had one to tie it and one to win.
Yeah, that's right. The walk-off. But I'd probably do Big Christmas for the sake of the nickname. Plus, then we'd get David to go on a tangent for like 5 minutes about the best nicknames in sports, and that would be an easy 5 minutes of radio. And a good 5 minutes of radio, that is. Brown Chicken, I'm producing a show up here in Michigan, same time slot. I'm not there today. I'm here.
I don't know if I'm nervous about doing the show without David. I don't know if it's hot in the studio, but I'm sweating like a whore in church right now.
It's probably the studio.
Oh,
Been there. It's 38 degrees where I'm at right now.
oh.
Johnny O, it's not so much just a division rival. It's the fact that they took us out. I mean, I've got buddies who are Cleveland fans. I'm genuinely happy for them and what they're able to experience. I just can't get myself to root for the team because of the way my season ended. You got to remember, it went 5 games. I mean, the Tigers had a 3-2 lead on them. Ugh. I do not like this Guardians team at all.
What did he do?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
"21 minutes past the hour. Isn't that how it goes coming out of break? Miller and Moulton. David today is having surgery, so we wish him all the best. He is, by all indications, going to be back on Monday. Trent Bally was sitting in, and he just disappeared on me. So, little technical difficulties with Trent. But last night, great baseball in the 5 o'clock slot as the Yankees come from behind in the 8th, only to watch the Guardians tie it in the 9th and win it in the 10th to get that series to 2-1. The Dodgers, impressive. Betts and Ohtani both having big games. I think Ohtani scored 4 runs and Betts had 4 RBI as they cruised to a victory over the Mets and lead that series 3-1. But last night in the NFL, Bo Nix had a pretty solid performance. Denver got it done. They ran the ball really well in the first half and throughout the game. But Bo Nix Passed for like 164, ran for 75. And Denver whooped up on the Saints, on Spencer Rattler in the Saints. One of those games that you have to take advantage of as the NFL week gets started with week 7. We've got a Sunday morning game with the Patriots and Jags that I'm sure no one cares about. Even Jags fans, I think, have given up on that one. But some other intriguing games. We mentioned the Lions and the Vikings, the Texans and the Packers, the Falcons and the Seahawks, both teams trying to be playoff teams. Seattle's found a little skid here. What can they do coming off of the bye? And the Jets and the Steelers Sunday night, Chiefs and Niners in that 425 slot on Sunday, where I think the Niners take care of the Chiefs and put that first L up. The Chiefs have done this with smoke and mirrors. They've won, and we know how they've done it. A little help from the refs, I might say. But the Chiefs have, if they play there, I'll be interested to see if they have an A game right now, because they've been winning with C+, B-, B games. And I don't know if that'll be good enough against the Niners. I know the Niners try to say, we've put the Super Bowl behind us, and that may very well be the case. It's still the big boy on the block. And when you're playing the big boy on the block, you bring your best effort. And the Niners are that kind of football team. And I definitely think, to me, it's, probably the most intriguing game of the weekend. That, along with the Lions, get the 1 o'clock slot, best game of the 1 o'clock slot. But the 425 game, Chiefs and Niners, fired up for that one on Sunday afternoon to see if the Niners can stick that one loss in the Chiefs to get the season, to get after they're 5-0 through 5 weeks coming off of the bye. So it'll be interesting to see how that game plays out. Already talked a lot about the Yankees and Guardians. An incredible game last night. And it leads to the question, when playoff baseball is that good, where does that rank up? Because I'm a hockey guy. There's nothing better to me than the NHL playoffs. But I've got to tell you, that baseball game was as riveting last night as any hockey game that I've watched in the postseason, as any football game I've watched in the postseason. When baseball's at its best, it's damn good.
It's one swing of the bat. I mean, I know that sounds cliche, but it literally is one swing of the bat, and that's what you saw last night, right? I mean, it can turn a series around, and it kept the Guardians in it. I think the Yankees are head and shoulders the better team, but the Guardians with timely hitting, I know it's at home. I don't know how much you put home field advantage into playoff baseball, Mark, but I mean, what can you say? The series, we got a 2-1 series, and it could have been 3-0 easily, and the Yankees hadn't played that well, and you could say one swing of the bat their way as well, right? I mean, they came on strong at the end and almost stole one.
Well, Cleveland got it right where they wanted. They got the lead midway through the game. They can go to their 4 big relief pitchers and seemingly get through it. But they didn't. The best laid plans of mice and men don't always work out that way. And last night, it didn't work out that way for Cleveland, and they got a win. I mean, the first blown save of the series usually costs the team the series. That blown save didn't cost them the series. That's the difference in that to me.
Well, and I like that cliche you use. I don't mean cliche in a negative way. I just mean the first blown save usually loses the series. I'm sure if you went back and looked, there's probably some numbers to back that up. But it's boggling to me because Emmanuel Clase has been the lights-out best closer in baseball all season long. He only gave up 2 homers in the regular season. All of a sudden, he gives up 1 against Detroit, now 2 back-to-back. I saw something about Mariano Rivera only gave up 2 homers in 141 playoff games or something crazy like that. And I know we don't have to compare Emmanuel Clase to the greatest closer ever, but I'm just saying that puts it in perspective for you. Like, we don't understand. We don't always understand how big these moments can be for even the best in the game, right? And it's crazy how fast things change, especially in baseball, to your point.
And I don't buy home field advantage at all. I don't think it matters in sports anymore. I really don't. I look at the NFL this year.
Yeah.
Look on a week-to-week basis how road teams are doing. I think the road teams have won as many games in the NFL as the home teams have.
Well, and I think it depends. It's kind of a sport-by-sport basis for me, at least. Like, I'm a huge March Madness guy. I'm a big college hoops guy. I think home court advantage really matters in a sport like that. And for whatever reason, playoff baseball has always had that effect for me. And I know other people probably disagree. Like, Mark, you disagree. I think playoff baseball, the atmosphere, I think it gets to people. And I think last night might have been an example of that. And I know that's ironic because Class A comes in, doesn't really do his thing. But the Yankees closer, and forgive me, I forget his name, he's been the best closer in baseball in the postseason. And he got rocked last night. So, I don't know, something to watch, something to monitor going forward in this series. The momentum has swung back Cleveland's way, and we'll see if they're able to not squander this.
Well, even last night, one home team won, one road team won. You look at the Tigers beat the Astros, winning on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in these baseball playoffs, it's pretty close to even, where I'm with you 100% in college basketball. I mean, David and I have come to that conclusion that the last great home field court ice advantage that's left is in college basketball, where the fans are on top of you, the refs react to the fans, and we believe, and it's why, I mean, you were here last year, Trent, we started betting our system. When a team was on the road, favored in college hoop, we were taking the points. We were taking home dogs against ranked teams because teams get so fired up for those games, and the atmosphere is special. But outside of that, and the atmosphere, don't get me wrong, the atmosphere in Cleveland was great, but the atmosphere at City was fantastic. Didn't help.
It totally was. And I hate to just draw everything back to Detroit. I mean, I love drawing everything back to Detroit. But
I was going to say, you don't hate it. You love it.
Mark, you and I both watched that series against the Astros. Tigers had no problem on the road. And then in game 4 with the Tigers up 2-1 at home, up in the 7th inning, and the team's not able to close it out. I mean, so to your point, it can be a little tumultuous as far as, the crowd and stuff, and it can be a little overplayed how much they actually impact things. But I thought last night was an example of Cleveland willing their team to victory. And like I keep saying, I sound like a broken record. I really don't think it's sustainable. I think the Yankees come back and hit them right back tonight, and then I think they close it out tomorrow. But either way, Mark, it has been an incredible playoffs, and I'm sure you and David have had tons of time to talk about it and break it down every which way. But this, to me, has been one of the best MLB postseasons I can remember in my 24 years.
Right there with you. If your commercial property was impacted by the devastation of Hurricanes Helene or Moulton, 360 Fire and Flood is here to help. Whether you've been affected by wind, water, debris, or need temporary power, our dedicated team of restoration experts is standing by to help restore and rebuild your property and your community. Call our national emergency phone number at 833-360-3334. That's 833-360-3334. Or visit the website, 360fireflood.com, and mention you heard us on Miller and Moulton. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sorry about that. My internet went out. I had a fear that was going to happen too. Hopefully no more of that.
What the hell happened there?
I lost connection on my laptop. But I think we're good now.
I hope so.
Me too. Do I still sound hollow to you?
No.
Oh, I don't? Okay.
No. Yeah, DC, I told Trent we were going to talk football right off the bat, and when baseball like that happens, you got to change on the fly. That was special.
Thank you, Paula. And the Michigan sunrise is absolutely gorgeous. Sonny, I've been to every home game except for the Seahawks on Monday Night Football. Couldn't go.
And you got to go to a playoff game too, didn't you, Tigers?
No, actually. I went to like 3 down the stretch when they were making the push, but I didn't actually get to go to one of the playoff games. Yeah. My boss at the liquor store, he's got his hip replaced. I think it happened like a week ago today or a week ago yesterday, whatever. So I've been picking up a ton of hours there. So it's just been, I watched all those games like at the store on the TV. Just been working, raking in money.
Does he have a good bourbon selection?
Yes, very good. You would be pleased.
Oh.
DC, of course I do. I keep up with what these guys are talking about. I know everything David's saying about me. Miss it more than you know, though.
It's a great question, Paula. Have you moved off the it's Black Velvet, but now that you're at a liquor store, do you actually buy better booze, or is it still Black Velvet and Red Bull?
It is still BV. Not Red Bull, though. I don't do the Red Bull anymore. I think that was what was setting things off on the wrong path, was the Red Bull with Black Velvet. I think maybe that's what Paula was getting at, Red Velvet.
Might have to call the Red Bull people. That could be a great combo. Little marketing campaign, the Red Velvet.
Look out, they're teaming up. All right, so you got starting 5 here?
Yep.
Perfect.
Was up very early doing this morning.
The starting 5 is surprisingly a lot of work.
It is. I think I missed one thing on here.
I mean, you got to hit everything that happened.
Yep, they play tonight. Okay, leave that right there. Everybody together for Trent coming back in 20 seconds.
I didn't know it was going to be 20 or 10.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Not like I've ever heard that before from someone. Miller and Moulton. David has the day off. Little surgery. Nothing like a little surgery on a Friday. But he is expected to be back on Monday, so our thoughts are certainly with David today, hoping everything goes well in his world. And, well, you'll know if it goes well in his world because we'll be both back on Monday. If I'm flying solo Monday or if we had to drag Trent out of the bullpen again, then things didn't go as well as expected. So let's just all hope for the best. But time now for...
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
A classic in Cleveland. David Fry's home run in the 10th gave the Guardians a 7-5 win. The Yanks lead the series 2-1. Game 4 tonight, 8 p.m. on TBS. Judge and Stanton went back-to-back in the 8th to give the Yankees a 4-3 lead, with the Guardians down to their last out and trailing 5-3. Jockenzie Noel tied the game with a 2-run bomb, and then Fry would win it in the 10th for the Guardians. Classic October baseball last night. In the NL, not so classic. The Dodgers blow out the Mets 10-2. Shohei Ohtani hit a leadoff home run. Mookie Betts also went deep, had 4 RBI on the game as the Dodgers now within a game of the World Series up 3-1 on the Mets after the 10-2 victory. To the NFL we go. The Broncos were very impressive on Thursday Night Football, whooping up on the Saints 33-10. Bo Nix passed for 164, ran for 75. Javonte Williams scored twice while rushing for 88 yards. The Saints had nothing offensively throughout the game. Denver added a defensive touchdown as well as they just completely owned the Saints. And nice win for the Broncos. They've got a soft spot in their schedule before things get serious, and you've got to take advantage of those soft spots. And last night, the Broncos did just that. A couple other news and notes on the NFL. It was earlier in the day yesterday that Rashid Shaheed went under the knife for a meniscus. He will be out for the season. And the Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors clears concussion protocol. He is scheduled to play this weekend. On the ice, the Lightning pulled their own Guardian-like comeback last night. Vegas led 3-2 when Brendan Hagel scored with 2:22 remaining to tie it at 3. Kucherov won it with 55 seconds remaining, throwing one in from the corner that banked off a Vegas defenseman behind the goaltender to give the Lightning the 4-3 win. The Panthers fell in overtime 3-2 to Vancouver, but still pick up a point. Jersey beat Ottawa 3-1. Dallas was handed their first loss of the regular season as Washington beat them 3-2. The Kings beat Montreal 4-1. Columbus 6-4 over Buffalo. Boy, Buffalo's like desperate to make the playoffs, and they're off to a bad start. The Rangers pounded our wings, Trent, 5-2, and Detroit, who had high expectations to make the playoffs, off to a 1-3 start. Their defense is awful, and I don't know how it's going to get better. They're not as good as they were a year ago with the changes they made, so making the playoffs for Yzerman's crew is going to be tough. St. Louis, a 1-0 victory over the Islanders. Edmonton, 4-2 over Nashville. Connor McDavid scored his first goal of the season. And Tyler Bertuzzi with a power play goal as Chicago wins their home opener 4-2 over San Jose. And the Kraken beat Philadelphia 6-4. College football last night, a couple of games. Virginia Tech, 42-21 over Boston College. Boston College closed it to a score in the third quarter, rattling off 3 touchdowns to make it 28-21 but a couple of scores for Vatek in the fourth let them pull away and win by 21. Marshall, also a winner last night, 35-20 over Georgia State. PGA, the Shriners in Nevada, Tyler Pendrith, 10 under, a 61. He leads by 3 over 10 players. In the NBA, some news yesterday. Kawhi Leonard's out indefinitely due to knee inflammation.
Does he just hang him up?
I don't think he will, but they're not acting like this is a short-term injury.
No, and I heard Kendrick Perkins, who I know you love, Mark, talking about this yesterday. And to his point, I mean, Kawhi's 33 years old. Like, I know LeBron has kind of changed the math for some people. He's 39, about to be 40, and he's doing what he's doing at his age. Kawhi Leonard has not been healthy in 5 years since the Raptors won that championship with him in 2019. He should really think long and hard about this.
And lastly, a couple more things. College basketball news. Tony Bennett has stepped down as the men's basketball coach at Virginia. Press conference later today. In 15th season at Virginia, he made 10 tournaments, winning the 2019 national championship. He is the program's all-time leader in wins. And tonight, Game 4 of the WNBA Finals, the Liberty are a 3.5-point favorite in Minnesota against the Lynx. The Liberty can close out the series tonight. They lead 2-1. How the hell does Moulton do this for 25 minutes? I felt like I had 3 pages of information there.
Sometimes he doesn't have enough time.
I know.
But I will say, the Virginia thing, I just wanted to throw one thing on that. Tony Bennett. Not that Tony Bennett, but this Tony Bennett. Kind of a weird, that came out of nowhere. Do we know why? Is there any indication as to why that was? I mean, let's not forget too, Mark. I mean, we give him the credit for winning the 2019 tournament. He was also the first ever coach to lose to a 16 seed as a 1 seed in the history of March Madness. And I remember exactly where I was when I saw that.
UMBC, right?
Correct. The Retrievers. I don't know if it's the Golden Retrievers or just the Retrievers, but I remember that game was electric. They got this little point guard who's like 5'8". I mean, he's my height, and he's out there throwing dimes. He traveled a couple times in the second half, but the refs didn't call it. Everything going against Virginia, and the 16 seed victorious. And of course, one of the great redemption stories in sports history is they turn around with Kyle Guy and all those guys, and they win the national championship in 2019. So Tony Bennett, I have to imagine, Mark, we'll get more details on why he stepped down and what happened there. I still haven't seen anything. But
well, I think you'll find out some more in the press conference. It could be as simple as the NIL stuff. I mean, they could.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. He is old school. I mean, he likes to actually play defense and coach defense these days, and his system is slow as molasses. But I have to imagine if he does still want to coach, he'll be very sought after in the mid-major market.
Oh, in any market.
Yeah.
I mean, he can coach. There's no doubt. Like I said, we'll find out more today in press conference. And at 14 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. How the hell does Moulton get that much time out of that? I got to slow down when I talk. That's all I'm saying.
He does leave a lot of pauses in there. He's got the cadence down. He'll talk a little bit, wait for a reaction. If he doesn't get a reaction, he'll keep going. Moulton's a master of that.
I was fired up. I got up at about 4 this morning. I was doing the starting 5 until I went to bed last night. I got up at 4 this morning to finish everything off. I'm like, I think I've got this. I think we're ready. I think we've got something here. I think there's some meat on the bone. And I looked up at the clock and I'm like, I'll be damned. I'm not even close. This segment's barely half over.
It just goes to show, Mark. Only you find your niche, you stick to it. And David Moulton has the starting 5 down pat.
He does. There's no doubt on that one. I feel like I've let the audience down a little bit. 21,000's the text line. If you want to chime in on anything that Trent and I are talking about today, you can always join us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton or youtube.com and search Miller and Moulton out and find us there as well. If that's an easier way for you to download the video process of this show. We'll get into all of the great college games this week in the 7 o'clock hour. Trent and I will make our picks in the NFL in the 8 o'clock hour. Lee Sterling to join us in 13 minutes time to talk about his games that he's picking this week against the number Lee's been on a bit of a heater on the show as well as with his client. So we'll see what Lee has to say about his picks. Then Trent and I and David will give our picks. David sent them in. They are documented. And Trent, just to let you know what you're stacked up against. I'm 15-18 on the season.
Okay.
David is 16-22 because he can't stick to 5 games ever.
I was gonna say I did. So David did send the picks in, and I gotta admit I hate him. We'll get to it. I'm not just saying that because he's not here. I'd tell it to his face. You know I would. I don't like David's picks this week at all. But we'll get to it.
Wow, throwing daggers from Michigan, where it's what did you say? It's 38 degrees.
38 and climbing. I think it's probably up to 40 degrees now.
Whew. You can have all of that as a cold fronts hit us here in Southwest Florida. I mean, we've actually seen the 60s at night, and people are doing cartwheels in the streets. They're so excited about the weather changing down here.
One of my buddies that's still one of the few friends I made in Florida. It's 64 degrees the other day, and he's putting on his Snapchat story that it's, the freezing emoji, the burr emoji, whatever you want to call it. And I'm sitting there thinking, I never thought I would adapt to being one of those Florida snobs, for lack of a better word, just with the weather, right? And now I definitely feel it because I get in my car every morning, Mark, and I get ready to drive to work, and it's like 38 degrees like it is right now. And I'm like, God, I should have stayed with that Florida job.
Something to be said for that. But you did miss out on the storm. So that was probably a good move by you as well. Lee Sterling coming up in about 10 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton on a football Friday as we get ready for some pretty solid games. I know, Trent, the biggest NFL game to you is going to be Lions and Vikings, but we've got the Chiefs and the Niners, and I think the Chiefs are ripe to get picked right here. I look at this game and see, I don't know if the Niners have tried to play off the whole Super Bowl revenge and all those things, and that's all well and good, but I just think it's big boy football time, and I think the Niners need to make a statement after losing to the Vikings already this year. I just think it's one of those games that the Niners are going to play very hard. And not that they don't play hard. I mean, it's pro football. We get it. They play hard every week. But I just think there's a little extra there, maybe just to knock off an undefeated team. Not skip the fact that they lost the Super Bowl last year, but just to try to see where you stack up this year.
Yeah, I mean, when you guys told me I got 5 picks, I was running to the podium to pick this one first overall, and I'll spoil that. I'll give the other 4 later. But I love the Chiefs to win this game outright. Like, it's a weird spread. I don't really understand. You have the best quarterback alive. I understand they don't have a wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, but he's a dog. How many times, Mark? We could probably count on one hand the amount of times the Chiefs have been underdogs in a game, period, since 2020, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to go back and actually look at it. But if you're telling me I get Mahomes in any sort of underdog situation, let alone a borderline pick 'em with a 1.5 point spread going San Fran's way, San Fran, a team that hasn't really looked as dominant as they have the last couple of years. They've kind of struggled to find their footing, and who knows if they'll even win their own division, let alone do anything in the playoffs. It's a weird game. We'll expand more on it later. I'm excited to get Pat Kirwan's thoughts on it when we have him on, and maybe Lee will touch on it as well. But that is, like you said, Mark, the game of the week, if it's not, of course, the 5-0 Minnesota Vikings against the Detroit Lions at 4-1. That'll be a fun one as well.
Chiefs are 1-4 in their last 5 against the spread, for what it's worth.
1-4.
You and I will be going head to head in that game because I think the Niners win.
Wow.
It was just like you. It was one of the first picks I made. I ran to the podium as well and went the other way. So one of us will win that game for sure. But we'll have our picks coming up in a little more than 30 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton, as Lee Sterling will make his picks coming up on the other side. I know you're fired up about Lions and Vikings. That's one of the places where home field advantage, like the Vikings believe they have a huge home field. I mean, there are certain teams, Green Bay, we all know, Pittsburgh thinks they have one. There's some special things that go on in Pittsburgh, but Minnesota with the noise, they think that they've got a clear home field advantage. And it'll be interesting to see how Goff and the crew do, because it'll be silent count for the whole game. And
yeah, it will be. And you have to imagine that with an offense that good, you can't squander an opportunity to maybe you don't want to have too many false starts, pre-snap penalties, that sort of thing. So it is all about coaching this week, and that's been one of the knocks on Dan Campbell. So we'll see how the Lions handle it. I think they'll be fine, of course. We'll expand more on it later. But you're right, Mark. I mean, Vikings fans, terrific home atmosphere, and then you throw in the fact that they're 5-0, and not even they were expecting that. So, I mean, this is a great matchup.
And then we won't talk a lot of Tampa Bay today because they play Monday night. We'll get into that game on Monday as the Bucs take on the Ravens. But we all know Lamar Jackson 22-3 against the NFC. 22-3. It's ridiculous. A remarkable number.
It's unheard of. Every time he beats an NFC team, and he just beat a good Washington team last week, right? And every time they say that,
it's pretty handily. It's not like the games are close.
And it's I don't even subscribe to the fact that, well, they don't see Lamar very often, so they can't beat him. I think Lamar just it might be a little fluky. I don't know. He balls out against the NFC, no matter what it is.
I do think it's that they don't see him. I do think when you only get, you can't emulate that in practice. There's no one you have that can situationally replicate what he's doing on the football field. And so I definitely think that matters. And I think the other part of it, it's in the, it's in his head that I dominate against this, and he knows the confidence that he has. Lee Sterling coming up on the other side to make his picks against the number. Thanks so much for listening. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, do you want a Subway Series?
No.
No?
No.
See, I think it's cool because I've never seen. I want one. I think it's unique. It's cool, but
You've never seen Yankees Dodgers either, though.
that's true. That's also true. I love how much David talks about networks and ratings and stuff. I mean, the network nightmare is Cleveland winning.
Yeah.
Because either of the other teams in the NL is going to pull in numbers, but Yankees Mets or Yankees Dodgers would be awesome. Cash cow. And yes, Realtor Clark, you're exactly right. I hate David's picks. He probably goes 4-1, if not 5-0. That's how this goes. Paula, I'm with you. I don't know about Sam Darnold. This is weird. I mean, we have like a 7-year sample size of what he is in the NFL, and yet he just keeps playing this well. I don't know. Could turn back into a pumpkin. Let's hope it's this Sunday. Yeah, JDR, my dad is upstairs, and he's like, you don't have anything on your backdrop. We got to fix that. And he hangs up the Amon-Ra St. Brown poster right behind me. I'm like, all right.
Unbelievable. Is he tailgating for the show? Don, are you tailgating for the show? Or are you having a beer or do you have to work today? Come on, Lee. Let's go.
That was a very quick first hour.
Come on, Lee.
Hey, Mark, so how are we attacking this, by the way?
We'll just go back and forth. I'll do the Kentucky game. You do the, we'll just kind of, you see what
Perfect.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
Let's
gotcha.
go back and forth. There's Lee.
Morning.
Hi, Lee.
How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
Boy, everyone's got a shade of blue on here. We've got dolphin. You and I have dolphin shade of blue, and he's got lions.
Coordinated.
Yeah.
Love the hat, Lee.
Thanks. You too. I like the lions too. So I got a bunch of lion stuff.
Do you? Now's the time to wear it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although with Hutchinson out, I'm pretty.
They got to get Reddick.
You think so?
Reddick yeah, some decent. I mean, they can. They're just not going to. They're not winning a Super Bowl without him. I mean,
Correct. They can win the
division. He was number one in like 6 different statistical categories.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right,
afraid that.
Here we go, guys.
Sorry.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
There it is. David has the day off. He is having surgery today, so we are wishing him well and hoping everything works out. David is expected to be back on Monday after his little stint with a medical situation. So we hope everything, like I said, works out, and he'll be back on Monday, and we'll go from there. But Lee Sterling now joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. American Paint Supplies, your home for all your coatings needs. Lee, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Had a rare, easy win last night with Denver. I wish they all were that easy, but just not the way it works out when you gamble.
Well, and there's no doubt, and that was a game that, the schedule maker gives you a win, Lee. You've got to take it. A backup quarterback.
That's it.
Playing a second start, and you've got to take advantage of that. And Bo Nix is starting to come into form. I don't know how, Peyton doesn't let him throw a lot, but if they're gonna run that well, with that defense, they're a tough out.
I agree. And who to think that defense, the start of last year, gave up 70-something points. So
Right. All right, let's get to the games.
Yep.
Kentucky and Florida's the first one on your sheet. Kentucky's a 1-point favorite over the Gators. How do you see it, Lee?
So this line flipped. Originally, Florida was the favorite. Reason I think partially it flipped was Graham Mertz been ruled out for the rest of the year. And I still just even though they're getting a point and a half here, I had trouble taking them. You know, all of a sudden they, for 3 decades, just dominated Kentucky. Last 3 games been all Kentucky. In fact, they won a total of, I think it's 79-43, the points total. Gators have trouble versus the run, and that's how, you know, Kentucky likes to roll. So sometimes it's not who has the better talent. It's how you match up against an opponent. And this might be the race to see who scores 21st, just like last night. I'll take Kentucky 21-17.
Well, we know a lot of the M&M audience will be listening or watching that game, and they'll be watching this one as well because the Hurricanes are 6-0, the Miami Hurricanes, taking on the 4-2 Louisville Cardinals. Lee, this is probably one of the better games of the weekend. How do you see it?
Yeah, most people that are college football fans are watching Miami-Louisville at 12, Alabama, Tennessee at 3:30, and then the night game, Texas-Georgia. So this is going to be, I think, a high-scoring game. The last 3 times these two teams have matched up to average scoring, I think it's something like 76 points here. Luckily for Miami, the game is being played at 12 noon. It's going to be about 62, 63 degrees when it starts. It's been like in the 30s at night there. I mean, last night, I think it was 72 at night. I was walking my dog about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, and people were wearing sweaters. So
yes, they were, Lee. We get cold around here.
You get cold with a draft in the office, Mark. So here's I think the problem for Miami. And I think Miami's offense is great. Cam Ward leading the nation with 20 touchdown passes. They're going to face an offense that might be just as good as they are. So Tyler Shug, who started at Oregon for 3 years, 3 years at Texas Tech, and now at Louisville, doesn't run a whole lot, but true freshman running back, kid named Isaac Brown, wasn't really on most people's radar. Starting for Louisville, already has 300-yard games. Wasn't really recruited, I don't even think, by Miami, Florida State. 2 receivers, Ja'Cory Brooks from Miami, who originally started at Bama. He's there playing well. And Colin Lacey, a kid who was at South Alabama, he got hurt in preseason camp. He just came back last week here. Miami's defensive backs, they have 2 defensive backs. I think they rate like 270 defensive backs, their cornerbacks. I think they have the dead last cornerback that starts now because one of their starters, Brown, has still not come back, and another guy in the bottom 10 here. I think that they're going to be able to move up and down the field with Miami. I think this is going to be a one-possession game, and it's not like Mario Cristobal is one of these great tactical coaches. He's 0-3 coming out of a bye since he came to Miami. I like Louisville. Hate to say it as a Hurricanes fan. Might be an instant classic, 38-37 Louisville. I'll take the 5.
Ooh. Not only is he taking the points, he's calling for the outright win for Louisville against Miami. Well, the game of the night is, you mentioned, 7:30, Texas and Georgia. This game started out at 3.5, which I was stunned. I don't know about you, Lee, and I'm guessing if you win a certain way, you jumped this line early in the week because it's already moved to 5 points. And I thought it would be it may be 6 by kickoff. But certainly this is one where if you are a gambler, you need to be watching lines on Monday morning and take advantage of the teams that you want to bet on. But it's 5 right now, Texas and Georgia, Lee.
So I made the line 2.5. So I like the other side. I like Georgia. Why? Because I think their backs are against the wall. And I've seen their A game. When they played Clemson, they won 34-3. They held Clemson to 188 total yards. 188. Every game since that, I think they're like anywhere from 405 to 712. So an impressive offense for Clemson and just completely shut down. For some reason, Georgia hasn't played at that level, but I know what they can do. I think Texas's talent might be better than Georgia, but you give me a team that if they lose, they might be on the outside looking in. and they've been there before. They've been in big games. I'll take a shot with them. So Texas just, to me, hasn't played anyone. They played Michigan, has 131st rated pass offense, and maybe the worst Oklahoma team in 20 years. Straight up, Georgia, 30-24.
Lee, I think Mark knows a Georgia fan or two that might be really happy if that's the case, if Georgia's able to pull this one out. That's going to be a great game. Let's go to the NFL. We got the Ravens. They're 3-point favorites against Tampa, and I know a lot of our listeners also want to know how the Bucs are going to fare this week. Two good teams going at it. Baltimore 3-point favorites. How do you see it?
So it's very tough to run against Tampa Bay. And if they just try to run Baltimore, Derrick Henry, I think they're going to be in trouble. Okay, then if that's not their game plan, I don't think you want Lamar Jackson throwing the ball 38 to 40 times here. Baker Mayfield is having an incredible year. Everything is clicking, and I hate going against hot quarterbacks. Leads the NFL, 15 touchdown passes, and home field, maybe. I don't think it's going to be like the New Orleans Saints after Katrina, but I think the crowd's going to be pumped. And give me 3.5 points with a better defense. Take it any day of the week and Sunday, this Sunday. I like Tampa Bay here. I think they win this game straight up here also, 26-23.
Looking at Lamar Jackson's record against the NFC and just laughing at that 22-3 record against the NFC, Lee going with Tampa Bay and the points against Baltimore. And finally, Indianapolis and Miami. Indy's a 3-point favorite.
So Miami, I think their biggest problem, believe it or not, everyone will talk about everything else about Tua. Special teams, dead last, 32nd in the league. And how this coach has managed to skate getting fired when so many coaches get fired every year, I don't get it. So 1 week it's a bad snap. The next week it's, poor coverage. I mean, the list goes on, and it's a third of the game here. Indianapolis probably is going to play Richardson in this game. I think he's going to give Miami problems, his dual threat capability. I just can't back Miami. I think that Indy is the right side here, 20-14.
Yeah, I think the only thing, Richardson, if he plays, that hurts Indy's chances a little bit because I think they're better with Flacco.
Right. I agree.
All right, your game of the week, Iowa State and UCF. How do they get it, Lee?
Yep, first 5 callers that call 800-400-9741. Give them this big game here. Iowa State is undefeated. A lot of people don't realize this. UCF is desperate. 2 of the last 3 games, they got shut out. What gives 800-400-9741 is the number to call. And last week, we had the 5 for 55 Saturday and Sunday, 4-1 both days. So you want to hop on board. We are going to continue with the October special, 14 days. From tonight all the way through the 31st of October, $197 works out to like $13 a day. How can you hop on board? Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
To review, Lee has Kentucky and lay the point against Florida. He has Louisville winning outright against the Canes, so he's taking the 5 points there. Same thing with Georgia. He has Georgia beating Texas, so take the points with the Dogs. Take the points with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over Baltimore on Monday night and lay the points against the Dolphins, taking Indianapolis -3. In his game of the week's Iowa State and UCF. And as he just mentioned, you can get the game by calling 800-400-9741. Go to ParamountSports.com. Lee does a great job posting a lot of videos about a lot of games we don't talk about on this show. Always a great source of information. Whether you're a gambler or not, he's breaking games down, and it's a great source. So check out ParamountSports.com. Lee, have a great day.
Thanks. And also I want to add this. Go to TikTok. I'm on TikTok now. So
you're on TikTok now.
I'm on TikTok.
Did your daughter make you get on TikTok? Who is?
Yeah, she's the one. My oldest one, the one that is in marketing, works for MSC Cruises, helps me out. She does all my TikTok videos. So check that out. Last week on the 4 videos had almost 30,000 views. So matter of 2 years. That's the way to go. TikTok.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Lee, have a great weekend. Enjoy the games and keep up the heater. You've been on a roll lately.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Got him a little short there.
Follow Lee on TikTok as well.
Lee,
how about that?
I want Miller and Moulton on TikTok, but that would take a producer, meaning me, to be uploading video all the time, and that's just not going to happen. I've got the podcast for you, and basically right after each hour. That's about as far as it's going to go.
You know, when I was down there having a blast with you guys, that was one of the things, Mark, that you and I talked about, and it just never came to fruition. The TikTok, the Miller and Moulton TikTok, trying to reach Gen Z?
Gen Z.
We're trying to reach Gen Z. Miller and Moulton's trying to dip into that younger demographic any way they can. Maybe TikTok is the answer. Maybe it's not. Maybe someday we'll find out.
We will make our picks when we come back. Miller, Moulton, and Trent all making their picks against the number. Pat Kirwan will join us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour to break down everything in week 7. And we'll go through some of the college games later in this hour because it is a pretty good college week as well, with more than just Texas and Georgia on the slate for the college football weekend. But Lee again taking Kentucky over Florida, Louisville over Miami, Georgia over Tennessee, Tampa Bay over Baltimore, and Indianapolis over the Miami Dolphins. If your commercial property was impacted by the devastation of Hurricane Helene or Milton, 360 Fire and Flood is here to help. Whether you've been affected by wind, water, debris, or need temporary power, our dedicated team of restoration experts is standing by to help restore and rebuild your property and your community. Call our national emergency phone number at 833-360-3334. That's 833-360-3334. Or visit our website at 360fireflood.com. Mention you heard us right here on Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Trent, the one thing you'd probably be a little impressed with is that they actually put the starting five, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and today was the day when on their hotkeys on their computer.
They did?
Yeah. We've got our
for you to use, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
nice. That's
Yeah.
very convenient. Love that.
And I know he said he could show me how to do more on this, but I don't need to get here any earlier to start loading sound.
Well, it also just doesn't. I mean, you guys don't need sound. You know, some
I
shows
I
are
would
bad
love
on
to
the
have it
line.
though. I would like. It's nice to have a quote. Nice to, instead of talking about what Tomlin said, to play what Tomlin said, and go from there.
Yeah, I got you. It is an extra step though. It can get a little annoying when you gotta get the sound and then cut it off at the right time and start it at the right time, and it's yeah. I cannot wait to talk to Pat. Been too long. Also, I am not in a bathroom, but my uncle who's watching did text me and ask if I was in a bathroom too. So I'm at the basement bar in my house. So that's just the sink right there.
There's nothing that screams Michigan quite like basement bar.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it, Mark. Because you don't have basements in Florida. You can't, right?
No. Despite what Billy Napier thinks.
Ooh. Mark's taking shots at Sunbelt Billy. Seriously, though, David's picks, I think I went the other way on every single one. We'll get there when we get there, but I don't know.
Well, I'm going head to head with Lee twice.
Are you? You like
Yep.
Georgia or do you like Texas?
I like Miami and I love Baltimore.
Oh, okay. I love Baltimore too. I don't want to be that guy, but you threw that you did about Lamar enough not to rock with Lamar. So I assume David's not working tomorrow, right?
No.
Yes, Johnny. Basement bar, basement bedroom. Everything's cold.
All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, 21 minutes past the hour on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
There it is. Trent Bally sitting in for David today. David had to have surgery today. So we're wishing David the best and a speedy recovery. And by speedy, I mean be back on the damn show by Monday.
We're spreading it a little thin here, aren't we, Mark? The starting five was a great example. It's just not quite the same when you don't have a David Moulton in your life.
I'm going to do something this weekend that I've probably done twice in 18 years. I'm probably going to go back and listen to the starting five and see how badly I botched it.
You're going to self-critique?
Yes.
I thought you did great for what it's worth.
I was excited. I thought I had the information there. I mean, I got the WNBA in. I got a little PGA in. I got Kawhi Leonard's story in. I mean, there was a lot of meat on the bone, bunch of hockey. But needless to say, Came up a little bit short on time. Might have been going a little bit quickly. All right, time now to make our picks against the number. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to fire off David's picks first. Then I'm going to let Trent make his picks, and I'll close the segment out with mine. I was stunned that when David texted the picks that there was no explanation behind them. I thought for sure I was going to get a pick with a paragraph after each one as to why he picked it. But David picking a game tonight, he is picking Purdue, and he is taking the 28.5 against Oregon.
Wow.
Boy, yeah. Now, they found some offense last week. In Oregon, it's not like they have a look-ahead game. They've got Illinois next week, which is a good team, but it's not like they're playing Ohio State or USC or someone that would make you think they're looking ahead. But
I will say I'm a sucker for those big lines, especially when it's in conference play. It's such a big line. And I know a lot of times the monsters cover those lines, but it's 28.5. You say it out loud. I mean, it's like Sparty being a 35-point underdog. And it's just like, where'd you get this?
All right, he's got Missouri over Auburn. He talked about it earlier in the week. He was wondering why Missouri's only a 4-point favorite against what he thinks a bad Auburn team. So he's got the Tigers laying 4 against the Tigers. Finally, this is where I think David may have at least this pick right. David in August said UCLA is the worst team in the Big Ten. I don't think he's made one bet for or against UCLA all year. He did this week. He is taking his Rutgers Scarlet Knights laying the 4 against UCLA. He's got 2 games on Sunday. He's got Green Bay laying the 2.5 against Houston, and he has got the Falcons laying 3 points against Seattle. So to review, Purdue plus 28.5, Missouri and Rutgers both -4, Green Bay -2.5, and the Falcons -3. Trent, what do you got for us?
I'll start with Illinois. They're 3.5-point dogs at home against Michigan. It's not because I hate Michigan. Michigan might win the game. The spread doesn't make sense to me. I think the Illini might be the better team. I mean, the AP poll certainly thinks so, and not to say that's gospel, but can you make Michigan throw the ball? And I also think Champagne's a pretty sneaky little college town. Love the time I spent in Champaign. You can get into bars at 19. You can't drink, but you can get in at 19. And you know what happens from there. Okay, I'll also take the Texans +3 at Packers. I think the Texans win outright. But if you're going to give me 3 points, I'll take it. I get it. You get 3 points for being the home team. That kind of seems what's going on here with Green Bay. They think it's a coin flip. I don't. I think the Texans move to 5-1 and take control of that division. Sorry, Jags fans. Dolphins. I will take the Dolphins +3 at Indy. I'm going against Lee here. I think, this stems from my preseason predictions a little bit. I was high on the Colts. I actually really like a lot of what the Colts are doing, but I was wrong. I was dead wrong. I mean, most of their success has come with Flacco as opposed to Anthony Richardson, and he's back under center. Mark, we talked about this a little earlier. I like the Chiefs +1.5 against the Niners. It's basically a pick 'em, and it's a Super Bowl rematch from last year and a couple years ago, a few years ago, whatever. I just like the Chiefs. Just think they're a better team. Find a way to win. They will. Niners haven't impressed me at all this year. And last but not least, I will take the Pittsburgh Steelers +2 at home versus the Jets. I still don't understand how after the Jets have given us every reason not to believe in them, people are still believing in them. They're not a good team. You can add Devontae Adams all you want. He's old. Aaron Rodgers is old. Give me the Steelers to cover 2 at home. By the way, Mike Tomlin is a home underdog. Are you kidding me? Give me Mike Tomlin.
They were favored in this game until the news came out that Russell Wilson's going to start. Does that give you any
because the Steelers are built on their defense as it is. They've got the best defensive player in the sport in TJ Watt, and I just think I put it this way. That line swinging that far actually gives me more hope in the Steelers. Does that make sense?
I see where you're at, and I don't think the Jets are. I think that defense is going to be all over Aaron Rodgers. We'll see how much Devontae Adams, who hasn't played in a few weeks, coming, trying to fit into the offense of what he'll be able to do. All right, I'm going at Lee a couple of times myself. I like the Canes. Call me crazy, but everybody is so high on a 4-2 Louisville team who's played 2 cupcakes. Struggled with Virginia. Well, no, I mean that's.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I'm laughing because you're right. It's just funny.
I mean, Louisville here, let's see. They've played Austin Peay and Jackson State. That's 2 of their wins. Lost to SMU and Notre Dame. Barely beat Georgia Tech, barely beat Virginia. I'm trying to figure out where everybody thinks this Louisville team is so damn good. I don't see it. I think Miami on the line of scrimmage is going to outmuscle them. They're going to bully them a little bit. Their defensive line is going to get after the Louisville quarterback, force them into some turnovers. I like Miami to win the game, and I lay the 5 points. Is Indiana ready? I say no.
I probably lean no as well, Mark, but I do love this story. I've got friends that went to Indiana, and they are in heaven right now. This is awesome for them.
And they should be. In Indiana, can they live up to the pressure? Now there's some expectations. They're a 6.5-point favorite against Nebraska. They may win the game. I don't see how they cover that big number. I think it's going to be a 1-possession game, so I will take Nebraska plus the 6.5. Trent, we're going head-to-head. San Francisco's knocking Kansas City out.
Really?
Out the unbeaten. I'm convinced of it. I just think these are grown men. They know that they have to try to take control of their division. They just got done pounding on Seattle. Now they can take full control of their division while beating Kansas City and exercising a demon or two.
How about this? So I heard you guys talking yesterday about the 2 5-0 teams coming off the bye. How many undefeated teams do we have after this week? And you both pretty much said 1. I think Kansas City is more likely to be that 1 than Minnesota is with Detroit marching.
No.
Yes, I'm biased, but I don't care.
Really?
Yes.
I'm taking your Lions. I couldn't believe you didn't take them. I'm taking the Lions, Trent. I think the Lions beat Minnesota and knocked them from the ranks of the unbeaten as well. I think we have 0 unbeatens after this week. Sam Darnold didn't play great in his last performance. The Hutchinson thing matters, but I think the Lions will just try to run the ball and take the crowd out of the game that way, take the noise out of the game that way. Look, I think Minnesota is as well coached of a football team as there is in the league. What Brian Flores does on defense is special. What O'Connell's done with that quarterback, we all are mesmerized by the turnaround to Sam Darnold. I just think Detroit is the better football team. I think their rosters, even without Hutchinson, I think their roster's better. And I think
you don't have to tell me twice. I think the Lions, they're going to pivot now. Without Hutchinson, they're going to pivot to just trying to outscore you in every single game. And I don't know. We'll see if Brian Flores can dial it up. But it doesn't matter. We saw on Monday Night Football, and David was in the booth, when you don't necessarily need to make a team punt if you can just score every single possession, score touchdowns. And yes, you might need some coin flip luck as far as getting the ball first here and there. Whatever. I trust the Lions to get this done.
And finally, I've got Baltimore, and I'm laying the 3.5 against Tampa. This is a Lamar Jackson thing. You
think it's a blowout?
I think they might win by double digits.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm actually with you. I agree. I thought about that one. I like that line. You know, I've harped on this, but you throw out a stat like Lamar Jackson is so dominant against the NFC, it's tough not to pick Lamar in this spot.
So I've got Miami, Nebraska, San Francisco, the Lions, and Baltimore. Trent going with the Illini, the Texans, the Dolphins, Kansas City, and Pittsburgh. And David has Purdue, Missouri, Rutgers, Green Bay, and the Atlanta Falcons. That's how we see the games against the number. When we come back, we'll take a look at the Saturday schedule, give you some thoughts and opinions on plenty of the games that are going on Saturday. Pat Kirwan is 30 minutes away right here on Miller and Moulton. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The nail clippers are gone. I have a suspect, but
That is disgusting. Is that a thing? Did I miss that?
there was nail clippers in here the other day, so we did a segment on the fact that this is the dirtiest place ever because there could be nails laying around here now. And there's no way. I don't care if you have your hand inside the trash can. Nails are flying.
Yeah, nails are flying, and all it takes is one loose nail to be disgusting. You know, I mean, it's like whatever.
Beer guy, I expected it, to be honest with you. I mean, when the schedule makers give you a win, you've got to take the win.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Spencer Rattler's starting for New Orleans. What do you expect? Dennis Allen's a dead man walking. Good win for the Broncos. Don't want to take anything away from it, but it's not impressive. They did what they should do. Good job.
You see that question there from Finsbred? Do you still hate Purdue now that Zach Edey's gone?
Brett? No. Not as much, at least. I mean, I'll always hate Purdue as a Michigan State fan, but it's more of a playful hate. I couldn't stand Zach Edey. And now that he's gone, no, I don't have the same disdain for that program. Although they do have their next, what's the kid's name? They have another 7'5" dude. It's whatever. Death taxes Purdue having a 7-footer. And Brett, it is great to be back on the show even for one day. I really miss these guys. And yeah, I believe you. I mean, Izzo and Matt Painter are good friends. I mean, Izzo's good friends with probably every single coach in the Big Ten. Except Juwan Howard. He's now gone. Shout out Dusty May. Where are we going here, Mark?
College football.
Perfect. One of the better coaches in the Big Ten in men's hoops, actually, Chris Collins at Northwestern. Very slept on. Underrated program. Kind of in a tough spot, but working with what he's got, he's a tremendous coach. Random thought. I know. Sorry.
That's all right. Getting ready for Big Ten basketball.
Can't wait.
So what have you guys been just talking Lions since the Tigers have been knocked out? Or has it just been Lions talk?
Yeah. I mean, we spent probably 2 days, Monday, Tuesday, still kind of going over Tiger stuff. Because believe it or not, I mean, people were calling in. They wanted to talk about the Tigers. You and I talk, Mark. It's like it is a baseball town as much as
it's a baseball state with the old radio network that they had and Ernie Harwell and people my age and older. Man, oh man, the Tigers are a big deal.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
Making a run like that for the first time in 10 years. I mean, people were starved, and you can tell.
I just hope they can back it up.
Me too. Obviously.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Well, not so much. David is off today. Trent Bally filling in for David. I'm still here. Might have wanted to flip that and get Trent and David, but I'll figure out a day to take off at some point. Although the difference is I'm not allowed to take days off anymore.
Yeah, because you have to be there running the 1s and 2s.
Yeah, it is. It can be taxing. And that's why I'm happy that you're here, Trent, because there's no way with what goes on in and around the studio to fly solo for 4 hours would have never gone well. It's tough enough to do a segment with the board and everything going on. So it's nice to have another voice in the room, and certainly appreciate Trent helping us out here on Miller and Moulton. We have talked a little baseball on the show today, a classic, an October classic last night in Cleveland. The Yankees in the 8th, back-to-back home runs, taking the lead, only to see a 5-3 lead into the 9th, and then big Christmas going deep for the Indians. Noel, the right fielder, pinch hitting the 2-run shot to force extra innings, and David Fry in the extra frame, giving the Guardians a 7-5 win. I didn't
even notice, Mark. I don't think a lot of people do.
I hate that name.
It is a dumb name. It's really dumb. Like I without sounding too insulting, I hope that's not too mean.
I don't know any Cleveland people that like it.
It's do you know why it is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they have the Guardians of the City on the bridge when you cross over. It's I get it, but
Cleveland Commanders and Washington Guardians still sounds better to me. If you would have just flipped them, I think I would have been happier.
Cleveland Commanders at least has that alliteration. That does roll off the tongue a lot better than Guardians. Dumb name. But they won last night, 2-1. We got a series, Mark.
2-1, got a series. No road teams won in that one yet, and the Mets down to their final win as they lost last night to the Dodgers. The Dodgers pounded them once again. They're up 3-1 in that series. So we'll see if they can close that out tonight. But we'll talk a little college football here. There's a handful of games tonight, 4 games tonight. One of them's Florida State and Duke. Duke's a 3-point favorite over Florida State. DJU's out. We know how bad Florida State is. They're just a challenge team. I can't pick the Noles.
See, I can, and I almost went that way in our picks in our last segment. I love the Noles. There's something, maybe it's just the college basketball fan of me, Mark. We were talking a little bit during the break. Duke football, I can't really get myself to go there. It's hard for me in any situation to pick Duke football over Florida State, for crying out loud. It has been a season from hell for Florida State, but yeah, DJU's out. Maybe they find something. I don't know. I like the Noles. Sue me.
Oregon and Purdue. David laid the points or took the points with Purdue in that one. It's 28.5. I was really close. Oklahoma State's playing BYU, and BYU's undefeated, leading the Big 12. Oklahoma State's disappointed. If Ollie Gordon was playing, their running back, and he's questionable, so I don't know if he's going to play. I was going to jump this game at 9.5.
BYU, of course, unbeaten. I mean, they're flirting with. I don't have the AP poll in front of me. I think they're 13, 14.
13.
I mean, they're flirting with the playoff mark. They haven't lost yet, so we'll see. We'll see about the Cougars. I had to really think about that mascot name for a second.
And then Fresno State, Nevada, no one cares. But
correct.
Army, who's undefeated, should get another win Saturday at noon. They play East Carolina. East Carolina's awful. Trust me, I'm aware of that. My son's an East Carolina grad. He's doing an East Carolina podcast. He had them winning 6-7 games, and he's beside himself with how bad they are this year. And from every still wants the coach fired. And I did tell him, and you and my son are the same age, and I'm like, he's doing a little podcast. He's having a little fun. I'm like, go bold. If you think he should be fired, step out there and get after it. I mean, if you're going to make a name for yourself on a podcast, come with some facts, come with some high heat. But there's nothing wrong with calling for a coach's head. And he's gone so far to call for a coach and an AD's head because the program outside of the baseball program there is a mess at East Carolina. But Army, 16-point favorite for Army.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, what have we ever seen? I'm sure you and David talked about this earlier this week, but isn't there some statistic out there? This is the first time that Army and Navy are both ranked since when?
1962.
1962. There you go, Mark. You weren't around. I wasn't around, obviously. Not many of us listening here were around. And if you were, I'm sure it was a glorious time to watch Army and Navy football. But any time that either one of those teams is favored by that much, you got to tune in, right? I mean, are they just going to run it down their throat? We'll see.
We talked a little bit about this because I did pick Nebraska in the points. Nebraska and Indiana, solid noon game as well as the Hoosiers trying to remain undefeated. Let me ask you this, Trent. If Indiana runs the table with the exception of Ohio State, puts up an 11-1,
yeah,
does not play for the Big Ten title. So we get a rematch of Oregon, Ohio State, or we get Oregon, Penn State, or whatever the case may be. Does an 11-1 Indiana team make the playoff?
Absolutely. And they should with a bullet, really. If you think about it, and a one-loss team in the Big Ten, because think about it, Mark, either Michigan or Ohio State, they're going to end up – Michigan could end up with 2 losses. Ohio State could end up with –
Michigan could end up with 2 losses. Michigan could end up with 5 losses. What the hell are you talking about?
We'll see. I guess I'm just saying the Big Ten is too good of a conference to – if you go 11-1, I don't care who you play. I mean, of course, it factors in. And if you want to talk about seeding, then that's probably more the conversation. But I think an 11-1 Indiana team with a loss to Ohio State, and yes, I know what happened last weekend, they'd have to get in. Put them as the 11, put them as the 10, whatever you want to do. Give the Hoosiers a bone.
All right, the Hoosiers get blown out by Ohio State in 11-1. And I mean blown out. It's 48-7, 48-10, something like that. Does that change your mind at all? Because it would change mine. If they even if they end up getting beat by a couple of scores, and let's just say it's close heading into the fourth and the Buckeyes pull away and win a 35-24 game, 35-21 game, that would be enough for me.
It would change their standing for me a little bit, if that makes sense. But I just have to imagine, I'm sorry, I'm dumb like that. Like, I just think on paper, if you've got a Big Ten team with 1 loss, and I don't care if it's by 70, you lose to Ohio State. I mean, that's your only loss, your only blemish, and you're Indiana, for crying out loud. I think you've got to put them in. But, Mark, this is another thing, and I'm sure you and David have been talking about this all year. This is what makes this new playoff format so interesting, because you can lose a game or 2, or even 2 games. I mean, we'll see how the end of the season how the chips fall. But,
it's 2-loss teams are definitely getting in. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yes. And then, similar to last year with Florida State being left out as an unbeaten team, there's going to be some unbeaten team that's a mid-major that doesn't make the playoff, and people are going to be up in arms about that. But I love the format, and I think Indiana would get in with 1 loss, even if it's a blowout to Ohio State.
You took Illinois in the Illinois-Michigan game. I'm just concerned for Illinois, and I know they're tough enough up front. I just think Michigan's D-line is next-level defensive line. I want to see if Illinois can score. Now, this game could end up being, first one to 20, first one to 17 type of game, because both of these teams like to play defense, like to run the football, and I picked Michigan earlier in the week. I'm going to stick with that pick. I don't trust Illinois yet in this spot. I mean, they damn near lost to Purdue, for crying out loud, and I give Purdue all the credit for going for 2 in overtime there when they had an opportunity to send it to a second overtime. Like, hey, we're the worst team. We're going to go for 2 and try to win this game right now, and I love that. But why do you think Illinois will win?
Well, I don't necessarily think they'll win. I just like the 3.5 at home as a home underdog and being They could lose by a field goal and cover that spread, depending on when you get it. That doesn't sit right with me. I still don't think Michigan has quite proven that they can go on the road and handle a team, even in conference. And these are two teams that, Mark, I honestly think it's kind of a toss-up. And I think you nailed it as far as the style of game we're going to get. It's going to be run it down your throat, smash mouth, old school. If I like any bet in this game, honestly, I like the under. I don't even know what it is, but I'd take the under no matter what, because I don't think we're going to see a lot of points. I just like Illinois at home with that spread. Something seems off to me.
44.5 is the over-under number. I'm with you on taking the under on that game. Alabama and Tennessee. These two teams have struggled recently, and this is it's getting close to an elimination game. I don't think it is, because I think they both get in at 10. They both have a shot to get in at 10-2. But Tennessee still plays Georgia. Tennessee still's got some games on the schedule. Alabama still got their games on the schedule. You put yourself in a real tough spot if you lose this football game. I don't like the way Tennessee's offense. I'm going to take Milroe and Alabama in this game.
I'm going with Rocky Top. And for no other reason than that's kind of what I'm rooting for. And look, Alabama has shown some chinks in the armor, if you know what I mean. I mean, they escaped against Georgia. I got a buddy that went to Bama, and he's all bark, no bite. He's loving that whole thing. Bama has a lot of bark, and I don't know if they got the bite to back it up themselves. This is going to be a great game, though. And Mark, this is case in point of a team with 2 losses. I still expect both these teams to make the playoff, find a way to run the table the rest of the way after this game. But I'm going to take Tennessee. I think that I hope it's a classic.
You give Georgia Tech much of a shot against Notre Dame?
No. Do you?
No. No, I don't. Notre Dame found a little bit of their passing game. They've been playing better football. Notre Dame has their backs against the wall. They cannot afford. I don't think a 10-2. Well, I shouldn't say that. A 10-2 Notre Dame team might get in, but they still have to play USC, because the way the season's going, 10-2 is going to be right on the border. But they can't afford a loss like this. So I like Notre Dame in that one. The big one, however, is at night. Number 5, Georgia. Number 1, Texas. Texas is a 5-point favorite. I wrote down Texas -5 and crossed it out. I was that close to taking the Longhorns in this game.
What's holding you back?
The point Lee made. Georgia's a wounded dog right now. And that can be scary when you take on a wounded team. I think Beck is a lethal quarterback, and no one's tested Texas secondary. And I think Beck and Georgia will be able to score on Texas. I think this could be a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one that, aside from Bama, Tennessee, you kind of hope, even just as a football fan, as a sports fan in general, you hope this is a classic. I love Texas. I love them. I think they're the best team in the nation. They're ranked 1 appropriately. And I think that when you're a team like Texas and you've gone through what they've gone through in the last few years as a program with expectations, I think it takes a lot to earn the public's trust, earn the media's trust, earn Mark Miller and David Moulton's trust that you actually believe they can go out and beat a team like Georgia. I think tomorrow at 7:30, they show you exactly why they're Texas. I think Texas is back. I don't think they roll, but I think they are comfortably, I'll say wire to wire Texas, although I do think Georgia will hang with them, of course, and they'll put up some points too. Mark, I hope this ends 55 or 54-48. I mean, come on. Give me the big guys going at it.
They've got the over-under at 56.5 in that one. It sounds like Trent's going to take a boost and a sprinkle and the over in that game. 21,000 is the text line in case you want to chime in on anything like this gentleman did. Said, hey, kids, graduated high school in 1962. It was glorious.
I'm sure it was, and salute to you, sir. I'm sure 1962 was a great time to be alive. Great music during that time, Mark.
Yeah, it was starting to get better. I mean, you had the Beatles. You didn't have you've got that whole British invasion thing going on, which outside of the Beatles, I didn't need a whole lot of that. Get me to the late 60s, get me to Zeppelin start, and get me to the Who,
Hendrix.
Get me to the Stones, and so I would scale it back a little bit. Played golf with the guy the other day that graduated, college in the early 70s, and where I've got the classic rock on, and he's just singing along. I'm like, finally, I got a guy in the cart that's appreciating the Allman Brothers and some of the bands that I love. So,
yeah, good stuff. I'm with you though. Late 60s is kind of when we turn the corner musically, especially in America. Woodstock, I think, is what did it.
There's a bold stretch, a bold reach there from one Trent Bally filling in from David Moulton. They're going Woodstock on the show. Trent, you were born in 1999?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Good that you could make a reference to something that happened 30 years before you were born. Pat Kirwan coming up in about 8 minutes' time right here on Miller and Moulton. A reminder, David is out today. He will be back on Monday having shoulder surgery today. So we wish David all the best as he recoups and gets ready to come back on Monday's show, or at least we hope. If not, we'll bring Trent out of the bullpen one more time to help us out here on Miller and Moulton. 21,000 is the text line. If you've never texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller. It's that simple. Once you've done that, you're behind the green door and can text to your heart's content here on the show, and always appreciate all the texters. Don't answer all of them. Don't read all of them on the air, but I want everybody to be assured that we read every text that comes in to the show and appreciate anytime that you guys participate, whether it's in the text on the text line, in the Twitch chat room, or YouTube chat as well. We see it all as the service we use can incorporate all those text services. So we read all your texts. We appreciate the love. And I know Trent's enjoying a little reminiscent with some of the Twitch chat room that he spent a few months here getting to know over the time that he worked with us on the show. Pat Kirwan to go over everything week 7 in the National Football League. We'll look back at last night's blowout of Denver over New Orleans and look ahead to what's a pretty solid NFL week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Pat Kirwan, he is next. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, guys. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
That interview with Brandon Bean was great.
Thank you. Brandon and I become pretty good friends.
He gives answers.
Yeah, he does. And, he trusts me. We when he first started out, when he was in Carolina and stuff, that's when I got to know him. And he's just very confident that he knows what he's doing. And he's a fun guy to be around. So, yeah. And he calls us sometimes. He goes, hey, I'm ready to come on if you guys want to talk to me. He'll call from his car on the way home.
I thought the little bit that he was talking about the guy from Cleveland that he's got the relationship with and how a deal gets done. I mean, you talk about that all the time. And if you're in the business, you know it to be true. But if you're a listener hearing that, you just got a little behind the scenes on how this works.
Yep. When he said I got on the plane, I didn't think about anything else but making that trade.
Right.
And there is my hockey buddy. It is Detroit Lion propaganda.
It's great to talk to you, Pat. I've been looking forward to this.
Well, it's almost hockey season if you decide to fly down and have a couple games. Coach Childress needs to talk to you.
Oh, man. Would that be a fun conversation? His Vikings are on a roll.
Yeah. I already got some notes for you. First off.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah. You proved today that we don't need 12 teams in the playoffs. When I start here in Indiana in the playoffs, would we cut it off at 8? You're like trying to give out presents. They deserve it. No, 8 is almost too much for me.
I don't disagree with you, Pat, but there has to be more than 4. So I don't
eight's
know.
The number, because when you get to 12, you already made the point. 13 is going to be pissed.
Yeah.
I could care less about 13, 9, 10, 11, 12. But this is the most important thing I'm going to tell you. I was at Woodstock for 5 days.
Really?
Yeah. And I still have my tickets.
Do you?
Yeah,
That's
they never
awesome.
collected them, obviously. $7 a day, $21.
Wow.
Yeah. And you start talking about that was the turn of events for the life of music. And I can remember some of the greatest acts I've ever seen. And it did make me become a complete obsessed with music person. And then I went right back to college in New York City. So it was crazy. We could go down to the concert hall down there. And I saw all those bands again. Santana, all of them were playing down in the Fillmore East. So it was fun. I can tell you about my favorite acts of all time there.
Wow.
That is so cool.
That is really cool. I did not know that, Pat.
Oh, yeah. Hendrix on Sunday morning. Everyone loved that. By Sunday, we were living in mud on the side of the hill. No one could move. There was no place to do anything. But the girl next to me, she was next to me for 3 days. She was on taking acid or something. Here's what her famous quote to me was. And she said this to me every day. I'm an orange. Peel me. Peel me.
Here we go on that note.
Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday. Oh, he missed his cue. He'd been doing good so far.
I hope the Lions.
Friday.
I hope the Lions are more alert than him.
There's no
go
doubt.
to Minnesota.
It's 8:00 on a Friday. You hear that voice, you know it's time for one Pat Kirwan. Pat from NFL's Radio's Moving the Chain. CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. He joins us twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, with locations from Tampa to Key West and everywhere in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. And Pat, like all of our guests, appearing on the American Paint Supplies hotline here on Miller and Moulton. Well, Pat, last night, kind of what we expected. Spencer Rattler's not ready for prime time, and Bo Nix is looking like he's becoming more and more ready.
Well, touche to him, and he is developing. He's behind Caleb and Jaden for sure, but he's getting there. And he had the nice opportunity to play a completely wounded football team. You put Rattler out there and take away his top 2 receivers. they got too many issues, and he's not ready for that. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the Saints, this happens to a lot of teams, maybe happens to every team, but when you get in the wounded warrior business, no one has the depth to survive that many injuries.
And Denver, but give Denver credit that in Pat, that defense is really good. That's a top 10 defense in the league. Nix is not making mistakes, but when the schedule maker gives you a win, you have to take it, and that's what Denver did last night.
Yes, and they stay alive in a wild card race. I think no one would think they're going to win the division, but they're in the wild card race, and that would be a real accomplishment considering how drastically they said goodbye to Russell Wilson and ate all that money.
Pat, if we can stay in that division for a second, seeing what the Broncos are doing, like, how do you think that changes the math for the Raiders? Because we're seeing them sell off some of their stars now. Max Crosby might be on the move. And you said it yourself, the Broncos might be a wild card team. So how do the Raiders feel about all this?
Yeah, I would never sell off Crosby. That is the heart and soul of their team. Not only is he their best player and the engine that runs the team, but he drags along a lot of young players that don't even know how to be pros yet, and they learn from him. I've had a lot of them on my show, and they just talk about, when in doubt, do what Crosby does, and you'll be a good pro. So he's way beyond the obvious production. And I think if you ever let him go, the morale of the team would go so far down that the other veterans would be like, I'm out of here as soon as this contract's over. It would be a terrible thing. So no, I wouldn't let him go. To me, Denver still has to deal with the Chargers. And the Chargers, I don't underestimate that coach or that quarterback. And they play pretty good defense. There's a team no one ever talks about the defense because you can't get past the Justin Herbert conversation. And I'm surprised at how well they're playing. So there'll be a battle. One of those teams is going to make the wild card.
Pat, to your point, the Chargers are one of just 6 teams in the league that allow less than 100 yards a game rushing. And if you can stop the run, boy, oh boy, does that make life easier on your defense.
It sure does, because we all know how this league works. At 3rd and +6, you're in trouble to convert. And that's what they're able to do. So I like them, but we don't talk about that defense. I guess probably when we get to December 1st, I asked Coach Cowher this Tuesday, tell me the top 5 defenses in the NFL. And after we named 10 teams, I realized we still don't know who the top 5 are. And schedule has something to do with it. Health has something to do with it. Scheme has something to do with it. And there's a couple of criteria you have to have. You need a matchup cover corner so you can play someone's receiver single and then blitz. You need a pass rusher that sets protection so you know how to set up your pressure schemes. And if you don't have that guy, think about your Lions. Without Hutch, there's no one that they have to set protection to. So that's going to be a problem. They're going to be guessing about how to set it up. And it starts this week with Minnesota. They got some pretty good rushers.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that game. Not necessarily that game in specific, but the NFC North. Do you think... I talk about my buddies with football, and it's just like, yeah, it's kind of early. The Vikings are 5-0. They look good. 5-0 is a pretty good sample size. Do you think the NFC North at large is the best division in football, and can the Vikings keep this up?
Yeah, well, they are at this point the best, and the defenses are all pretty good. And so I do think they are. Look, this was the title the AFC North had forever. But, Cleveland's fallen off. Cincinnati is scrambling to get back in it. So yes, I don't think anyone. I think about 4 years ago, Mark and I would tell you that the NFC West was, but you're the best right now. Now the question I'll ask you back is: do you think 3 can get to the playoffs? I don't. I think they're going to beat each other up with the schedules. All those NFC North games late in the year, man.
Well, that's the key, Pat, because I think only one NFC North matchup has happened. It was Packers and Vikings, correct?
Right.
And other than that, this Lions-Vikings game this weekend is only the second game to happen in the NFC North. So we'll see kind of how the chips fall as they continue to eat each other up. But quickly, and you can make this a quick answer because I'm sure you talked about this Tuesday, how does the Hutch loss impact the Lions?
I talked to their head coach the other day, and they are looking, and they're smart to look, but they are prepared mentally to go without because they are not going to give away the farm, which that if the Lions make the call to a club about a player, the price just went up. They're waiting for a club to call them and say, and here's the profile. team with a losing record, the player's over 30, and he's got a big fat contract number next year and they don't want to pay it. That's what you're down to. They're not getting anyone else.
How do you see the Lions and Vikings? I picked the Lions, and for this reason only, I think they're going to rally around the Hutch loss for one game. I don't know how long they can sustain it defensively, but I do think that the Lions are going to be able to run the ball a little bit on Minnesota. Minnesota's been great against the run, but Detroit will do what they can to run the football enough, and I think this game could be a shootout, but I like the Lions in a close one.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way as you, and I've got to make sure it's not emotional, and it's not because Trent's on today. It's Detroit stuff, that subtle subliminal message you're sending with that hat and that shirt and that poster behind you that I'm looking at. It's too much Lions for me. But you're asking me really, can Darnold, and he's playing well, can he stay with what Detroit's offense can produce? And that's where I think Detroit, and your head coach said it to me the other day, we're going to need our offense to do even more. But they have the weapons to score 30 points. They really do.
Yeah, I wonder if, like Mark said, I wonder if it's sustainable. But quick question for you, Pat. We can probably talk more about this on the other side. NFC East. We haven't had a repeat champion since McNabb and the Eagles. And with the Cowboys at 3-3, and you still have the Commanders coming out of that division?
Well, I said to Mark 3 weeks ago, why not the Commanders? I just put it out there like that. And for myself as well, and I do think they can win the division.
Seattle and Atlanta, Pat. That's an intriguing game because the Falcons are trying to win that division. Seattle coming off of a loss. I look at this game as both. This could be a wild card tiebreaker. I mean, there's a lot at stake in this game to me. Do you see it the same way?
Yeah, this will haunt someone in the matchups when we start figuring out head-to-head down the road. Look, Seattle's not on a one-game losing streak. They're on a 3-game losing streak, giving up 35 points a game. I talk to their head coach every week, too. He's trying to solve that issue. There's a lot of 3-3 records. You know what a 3-3 record is? It's great if you lose your first 3 and win your next 3. That's called momentum. When you win the first 3, then you lose 3, you can't remember winning. There's some doubt in their minds. There's enough power on offense. Good running back, good quarterback. Receivers are obviously very good. It's the defense. You can't give up 35 points a game. Now go on the road and play a team that can score. I would think this is going to be hard for Seattle.
What do you think Seattle is? Are they more the first 3 weeks or are they the last 3 weeks? How do you see Seattle in general?
I think you are what you are right now. And when your defense they're not just losing close, they're giving up 35 points a game. You can't be asking your offense in that position to come up with 38 points a game. They won't be able to do that. So unless they figure out a way to make this defense better, and going out and trading for the rotational defensive tackle from the Jags is not going to solve their problems.
Bengals and Browns, we all know the struggles Joe Burrow's had with the Browns, but the Browns are just a mess right now. This is another one of those games. You're Cincinnati. You got to find a way to win this game.
Yeah, you have to find a way. So the first thing you have to do is block Myles Garrett. The reason that Burrow's 1 win and 5 losses, go check out the production of Myles Garrett when he plays these guys. 10 games against Cincinnati, 8-2 record, 12 sacks, forced fumbles, 10 tackles for loss, 25 hits on the quarterback. And anyone who follows the Bengals knows their biggest problem is protecting Joe Burrow. And when you play against Myles Garrett, that's when they have their biggest problems.
Staying in that division, Pat, what the hell are the Browns doing? Are they just going to ride this out with Kevin Stefanski? Like, if he were to bench Deshaun Watson, do you think he could save his job, or do you think he knows it's a lost cause at this point?
It's really a shame that they've ruined Kevin's career for the time being. If Kevin gets fired, he'll get a head coaching job, I would say immediately. He will not have to go back to a coordinator. He'll get one because no one's blaming him for this. He's being forced to play the quarterback. When he says things like he gives us the best chance to win, that's an indictment of the whole roster. You had Joe Flacco. Flacco won with this football team, and when Joe begged them to come back, they said no. They didn't want the 50,000 yelling, Flacco, Flacco, which they would have started 3 weeks ago.
You know, David made a point yesterday on the show, Pat, that if Stefanski walked into the GM's office and said, I'm starting Winston or fire me, could he get away with that, or would he get fired on the spot?
Well, I think let's use Philadelphia as the answer to that question, Mark. Do you remember when Doug Peterson was there and they wanted certain quarterbacks playing and he decided to do what he was doing? He got fired. Yeah, you're not going to do that. Kevin is he was coach of the year twice already.
Yeah.
In Cleveland.
It's a shame.
No, it's not a shame. He might want to be freed from there. Because you know what? Watson's contract's not expiring. You got to keep playing the dude.
Pat, is it the worst trade of all time?
Yeah, of course it is.
I thank you. Everyone always tells me Herschel Walker. Trent, you're too young. You don't remember Herschel Walker. I'm like, this is really bad.
Well, this is first off, your answer to your buddies is that was back when there was no salary cap. So grow up. This is a salary cap nightmare. This is a fully guaranteed contract for a guy who has a real struggle to prove he can still play. No, come on. If you don't win that argument, shame on you.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL's Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, and Pat joins us twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers. We'll go through the remainder of the games on Sunday. Look ahead maybe to Monday with the Bucs and the Ravens as well. All coming up. More with Pat Kirwan on the other side right here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Trent lives at home. His dad, I've known his dad since we were in high school.
Yeah.
His dad's the one that came and put the poster down. He was watching the show from upstairs. He's got no background. Came and put the Amon St. Brown poster up.
Yeah. He's like, you got to have a backdrop. He brings that down from upstairs.
We'll tell him it was duly noted.
Well, Pat, you'll appreciate this. That's actually a game program from Ford Field, and you just unfold it, and it's got a poster on the back. That's what they do nowadays. They give you the program, and you got the roster on the inside and everything, and then you unfold it.
Trent,
the backside's a poster.
I'm surprised your dad lent it to you after you didn't take him to the game and brought that girl.
That's a good point.
Never going to hear the end of that, ever.
Never. Oh, we miss you. You know, Mark's got to do everything now.
Yeah, I was telling these, I tell these guys all the time, I miss the show more than they even realize. It was a lot of fun.
Well, you got to parlay that experience into your own stuff up there. You doing anything to foster a career in this stuff. You're very good at it.
He's
Well,
producing a
thank
show
you.
up there.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I'm producing a morning show up here.
No, I didn't talk about producing. I'm talking about being on one. I mean, I just totally disagree with your college attitude. Amazing I could be friends with a guy that I went to Woodstock 30 years before he was born. That kind of depressed me, but since I can remember everything about, here's the funniest thing. So me and my two buddies, we got there before it even started, and we parked on the first little lot in the very first spot. And we walked around for like 2 days before they even started setting up. They were setting the stage up when we got there. That's okay. But when it ended on Sunday, we went back to our car. And this is the worst part of Woodstock. We had to sit on the hood of the car for 3 days because we couldn't get out with the traffic. Yeah. There was one single lane road, and we were the farthest car back. There was no getting out. 3 days, totally gross, dirty, no food, and nothing.
That sounds, I mean, all worth it, though. You look back on it, and you were at the most iconic music event in history.
Yep. And it was spontaneous. No one really thought it was going to be like that. I just felt like getting out of town for a couple of days. I've been working all summer. And
well, and Pat, you saw Hendrix too, right? At that, you said you saw Hendrix.
I saw Hendrix. I saw Hendrix multiple times.
Well,
I saw Hendrix I saw him in Central Park when he was the first band up for the Beach Boys.
Yeah, that's the thing is everyone talks about Woodstock and they think of Hendrix. He wasn't one of the big acts at that time. I mean, he was
just gaining momentum. He was basically the closing act on Sunday morning. He was people tried to leave after that, and then we obviously couldn't. But yeah, no, I saw him in Central Park. I saw him down the Fillmore. He was, to your first point when I was listening to you guys, he changed my ear for music. The very first time I heard him, I realized, man, music just changed.
Got that right.
He's awesome. Left-handed too.
Yeah.
Love that.
Upside down guitar.
Right-handed guitar, restrung lefty.
Yeah. I have some bootleg out. I have the Isle of Wight, the one where he died right at the overdose one. I have a bootleg copy of that thing.
On vinyl?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's badass.
Yeah, a guy, an agent, an NFL agent. What's his name? He was trying to make inroads with me for a client, and he went and he found it in Greenwich Village. And gave it to me while we were trying to negotiate a contract. I think I gave him one extra incentive.
Just trying to sweeten you up.
Yeah.
That's a great story.
Yep. It was really funny. Oh, yeah, I got in a day early. I went down and I knew you like Hendrix.
By the way, how about that contract?
It was Marcus Turner.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Well, unlike NFL radio's moving the change when there's a guest host, they do all new voiceovers every day. We don't have that same type of luxury here on Miller and Moulton. So no David today. He's out. He's having shoulder surgery today. He'll be back on Monday. We wish the best for David and a speedy recovery.
Yes.
And hope that he is back in full go on Monday morning. And that is what he has led me to believe will happen. So all the best for David. Trent's filling in for him today. Pat Kirwan joins us as he always does on Fridays for a half hour on Miller and Moulton, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers with locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers where you can't fake fresh. Well, we haven't talked about the game yet at all, Pat, and I want to get into Kansas City and San Francisco. Trent and I have differing opinions on it. He likes Kansas City going in there and winning. I think San Francisco, this is kind of one of those man games for San Francisco to me. This is where they have to prove something to themselves and not anything with a Super Bowl revenge. I don't care about that. I think they want to take a hold of their division. I think they want to show that they're still one of the elite teams in the league, and you do that by beating one of the best teams. When you look at Kansas City and San Francisco, what do you see?
I've made a decision a couple of years ago to never underestimate Kansas City in the biggest moments. And relatively speaking to the schedule so far, this is a huge moment for them. And so what happens when Kansas City, first off, it's off a bye. So we all know about Andy Reid off a bye. And his whole thing, when you ask him, well, how come you're 21-4? He'll tell you it's about rest, relaxation, and recovery. And he gets his team freshened up. That's the first thing. So don't underestimate that. But what I always like about Mahomes in big games is his run skills. It goes unnoticed a lot because we're always talking about Kelsey or the receivers. But if you watch this guy, and just take the Super Bowls as an example, but I've been on the sideline for many of the Kansas City championship games. Not that I want to be there when it's 0 degrees out, but he's a runner. And if you look at the Super Bowls, he had 18 runs for 95 yards. They were against this team. So he will take the run dimension. He's very smart with his running. He's not going to do it every week. He's not even going to do it during the early parts of games. He'll do it right before halftime. And he was hobbling last year with the high ankle sprain and had to make about a 12 to 14-yard run right in front of me. And he hopped himself into a first down. So don't underestimate the run skills. That's why I think I'll take the Chiefs.
I'm with you, Pat. I think he picks his spots. He picks them well. And I just think this is going to be one of those games where I don't want to say put him on his back, because that kind of sounds insulting to the rest of the Chiefs. But one of the things that I really look at with this matchup, Pat, is the coaching matchup. Like, could Kyle Shanahan maybe outcoach Andy Reid, and then that's how the Niners get the leg up? Do you see that happening at all?
I have great respect for Kyle, but Kyle's been in a lot of big moments. He does not have the resume that Andy has. I'll take you back to the OC job in Atlanta when they had the Super Bowl one, and he kept throwing the ball. If you had all your weapons, specifically McCaffrey, I might see this a little different, but I don't. Andy, I guess I'll say this. It's Spags where the coaching advantage is. My man Spags has been in a lot of big games. He should. I'm on the committee now for the Hall of Fame. Someday I am going to hope that he's nominated, because if you look at Spags' record with the Giants around the league and what he's done in Kansas City with this defense. Last year, they held the Chiefs together, really, until they got to the playoffs. If you look at the playoffs, the Kansas City Chiefs were underdogs in every game, and they still won a Super Bowl. Spags is the coaching advantage.
Hall of Fame committee? When did this come about?
I got in, but I decided not to bring it up, but I just did.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. That's awesome. That's great. That's great. I can't wait. Now I want to go to a Blades game with you and get more on that.
Yeah, I did. There's 4 committees, and I told them it's my first year. I'm not sure of my time commitment. I do work 7 days a week. I said, so put me on a light workload, and then if I like it and you want to move me up to the big one, you can. But so I'm involved with the coaches, which I kind of love. I know most of them. I've interviewed them. I've worked with some of them. So it's very interesting proposition. And on November 19th, we have a big meeting about that. So very excited to be part of it. They asked me last year, and I said, I just can't make the time.
All right. Pittsburgh and the Jets. This game started out with Pittsburgh being a slight favorite. Now the Jets are a favorite, which is all because Russell Wilson's starting. I can't see Devontae Adams moving the line 4 points, Pat. This must be on Russ. Are you surprised with the decision to go to Russ?
No, if we all go back, you can't find a quote from Mike Tomlin since the 2 quarterbacks get there. You cannot find a quote that suggests that Justin was going to be the starter. He used a racing analogy. Russ is in the pole position, all this other stuff. He has never once after a game said, Justin just won the job. He's our guy. He's always positioned himself to do what he's going to do right now. And I think they really not even had to have Fields run a 2-minute drill yet. So there's elements to being a quarterback that he has never proven he can do. And I think he's going to take a good couple game look at Russ. If Russ is the old Russ from Seattle, he'll go with him. If he's not, he'll go back to Jets. He's got to decide which one of these dudes he's keeping next year. And that guys always go, well, he's keeping the young one. I'm not keeping the young one. I'm keeping the best one. It's pretty easy. You'll figure that out.
I cannot believe that certain people truly believe that Aaron Rodgers isn't in control with the Jets. I mean, this was clearly he wanted Saleh fired. He wanted Devontae Adams there. Can the Jets turn this around at all, or are you like me and you have no faith in them? Because I don't think they're turning this around. I think they're a bad football team.
Well, I don't think that Aaron can last. In the last 3 weeks, it's 11 sacks and 26 hits on the quarterback. He is, with each passing week, his recovery time is a little longer than the week before. He didn't practice on Wednesday, did he? And he limps off the field at the end of these games. He's beat up so bad. So unless they find a way to get Tyron Smith to start blocking like he did when he was a young cowboy, he's going to keep getting hit. That's why I think you're onto how it's going to end for them.
All right. I know we got the games on Sunday, but I want to get to the Monday nighter between Baltimore and Tampa. We had our handicapper pick Tampa. I laughed because Lamar's 22-3 against the NFC.
He is 22-1. But I always say 22-3 because there were 2 games that he didn't start, but he played most of the game. And so everyone tells me the same thing. And you guys know what it is. You don't get any reps against Lamar, you're not going to be ready for Lamar. You don't have anyone on your team that can play scout team quarterback and get you ready for the guy.
And I see the same thing happen. I love what Tampa's doing. I love how Baker's playing, but you can't emulate Lamar Jackson in practice. And I just see it being a rough night for Tampa.
And I'll say this: you guys are in Florida. Well, one of you are. Yulee, where Derrick Henry's from, is just down the road. He probably got 200 tickets for this game. He'll have the whole town there, and don't think he's not going to show out when he plays.
Pat, one of the picks that I like for this weekend is I like the Texans +3 going on the road to Green Bay. I think they're similar teams. They're in the similar tier in the NFL. How do you see that game going?
Yeah, it is one of my favorite games. I got 5 games I like, and this is clearly one of them. It's the Jordan Love factor. I don't study the guy enough. I mean, I get a chance to watch him. I'm leaning on taking Green Bay here. Not that this group of Packers has been in a lot of big games. They've been in a couple, but Houston, to me, is still earning their stripes as a big-time team. Do I think they could win this game? Yeah. Do I gamble and take the points and all? I don't get involved in all that stuff. It's the takeaways by Green Bay. Man, when you start getting the ball back 17 times already and giving your quarterback a short field, and at home doing it, we're doing a special this week with a couple of defensive backs over there, Jair and all those guys. So be fun to talk to them. We're interviewing them today, but I'll take Green Bay in the game.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chain. CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, and Pat joins us twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers from Tampa to Key West, where you cannot fake fresh. Pat, enjoy the games. We'll talk Tuesday.
Yes, we will. And I won't forget the image of the man in the lion clothes.
None of us will, Pat. That's why Twitch TV/Miller and Moulton works so well. Thanks so much for listening, everyone.
Take care, boys.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh,
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, did you hear about the boathouse? You been to boathouse, Mark?
Have I been where?
The boathouse down there?
I think so.
It's one of those. It's one of the few places that I went often. It burned down last night, apparently.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure some of the listeners know
Wow.
what I'm talking about. I don't know.
Is that the one on the way to Sanibel you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, I think we had a Beasley Christmas party there one year. Not kidding.
I'm just laughing because I'm picturing you and David at a Christmas party.
I don't think he came.
Oh, that's funny. Kitchen fire. Yeah, that's too bad. I like that place.
Oh, different place then. Okay.
Yeah, the one in the Cape, not on the way to Sanibel. My bad.
Is that the place we met you at?
Yeah.
That's where I met your dad.
where-
And
yep.
you and your dad and your mom and all that. Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
wow. That's tragic.
Cool spot too. That little beach right there. What you doing this weekend, Mark?
Sitting in front of my television and watching football like I do every weekend.
That's
I got
great.
soccer and gymnastics Saturday morning. I think I got an 8:30 soccer tilt, followed by a 10:30 gymnastics lesson, followed by football.
She is busy, isn't she?
Unbelievably busy.
I can't. I mean, that's a busy Saturday morning.
She's got soccer twice a week, Monday and Wednesday, gymnastics twice a week, Tuesday and Thursday. Then there's usually a private gymnastics lesson. That place soaks so much money out of me, it's not even funny. And it's not like she's going to be a college gymnast. I mean, she's not good enough. mean, she's good, but you got to be elite to do that stuff.
That sport too, when you're kind of all on your own, it's like a little, it's a little more taxing. JDR, yes. Pat's stories are awesome. One of the things I miss most about Florida was just listening to Pat every week. Twice.
Now, what do you got to do to get if Shepard doesn't do the show where you're doing it? Is there any chance of that happening for you filling in for him?
Yeah, he's got a guy that he has fill in usually, but we've talked. I mean, since I've only been doing it for 4 months.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
David's off for a medical reason today. He'll be back on Monday. Trent Bally filling in, our former producer, kind enough to help us out here on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
There we go. I got to ask you, this the little behind-the-scenes production talk here quickly between Trent and I. The one thing, as I've gotten pretty used to this and have my systems now, and I have pretty good flow, and I don't worry about it too much. The one thing that I discovered is that David Moulton can be a quick talker. Did you ever find yourself late on the jump hitting the on button for David's microphone and catch him talking midway? Because he comes out of the break. Sometimes you don't even know if he's going to talk coming out of the break. He's not paying any attention. You don't know if he's even really listening to the intro music. And then other times I'm like, oh crap, I'm listening to the intro music and he's already going.
Yes. That was one of the toughest things, Mark, was adjusting to the timing of David, because David, you're right. Sometimes he'll let the music play a little bit. He'll groove. Sometimes he's chair dancing. Sometimes he jumps right in. Usually when we had guests is when David likes to get right to it, because he wants to obviously maximize the interview time. But that's a great observation by you. Yes.
A little behind the scenes there. That's my one. That's the only flow I don't get is sometimes I cut into Moulton and he's already started his delivery here on Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. All guests appear on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Want to thank Pat Kirwan and Lee Sterling, as they do every Friday, for coming on the show. All right. I was hoping the one thing that David neglected was giving me his NFL straight-up picks. But let's go through the games this week. Starting Sunday morning, New England at Jacksonville. Jacksonville, I believe, a 6-point favorite in that game. And, well, I don't know if the Jags are good enough to be a 6-point favorite over anybody, but we're just picking straight winners. I'll take the Jags. If they lose this game, Peterson might not make it back to Florida as the head coach.
Yeah, Mark, I'm in lockstep with you. And by the way, sidebar, I love these 9:30 London games because I get all day of football, and I think most football fans feel that way. This game has number 1 overall pick implications. So if no other reason, watch for that reason. I got the Jags as well.
Tennessee at Buffalo. Do you give the Titans any shot? They're a 9-point dog.
No, that's a big spread, but I love Josh Allen. He's one of my favorite players to watch. I think the Bills are a wagon this year. I think, oddly, getting rid of Stephon Diggs kind of loosens Josh up a little bit more. He hasn't thrown a pick yet this year. Give me the Bills.
But they do find the need to, they were exposed against good teams without a 1, how you could defend them. I think Amari Cooper makes a difference for this team. If they're going to be a Super Bowl contender, they needed to get a 1. So kudos for the Bills for going out and doing it. And their GM said he's not done. They could still make other moves. He's not afraid to make moves. Miami at Indianapolis. The Colts are a 3-point favorite.
So, big thing to watch here is I think Tyreek's the best player on the field. I don't think that's really a hot take. Some would probably argue Jonathan Taylor. I will take the Dolphins, and I think this is a big game for the Dolphins, Mark, because if they're able to move back to 3-3 with Tua coming back, I think that changes how they view the rest of the season. If they fall to 2-4 and Tua comes back, of course you can climb back into it. But if you're an even 500 and you got a clean slate and a fresh start to the season with your quarterback coming back after the concussion, and you have Tyreek Hill and you still have the offensive genius that is Mike McDaniel, I like the Dolphins for that reason.
The Colts have covered 6 of their last 8 games when favored, for what it's worth. The Dolphins have not had a losing season against the spread since 2017 when they went 5-9-2. This year, the Fins are 1-4 against the spread coming out. With all those numbers, give me Miami.
Love it. Let's go, Fins. Come on.
You and I mean, I don't even know if I should bother with asking you who you think's going to win between the Lions and the Vikings. I know you're picking the Lions. Why are you picking the Lions?
I think, like you said, Mark, I don't know if it's sustainable, but I do think they will rally around the Hutchinson injury for at least 1 week. And this offense, I think they might just pivot to, okay, we got to outscore everybody. We just got to outscore the other team every single game, and we got to win shootouts every single week. And they have the chops to do it. They got the best running back duo in the league, and I like the Lions to march into Minnesota and prove that the Lions are still the big bad beast in the NFC North.
Will you wear Vikings gear if they lose by more than 2 touchdowns?
Hell no!
Who's your least favorite team in the NFC North?
Green Bay.
All right.
Can't stand them.
That's right. The girl from Appleton. We talked about that quite a bit. Cincinnati at Cleveland. Joe Burrow 10-4 as a road favorite over his career, but we know what his record is against Cleveland. Can they block Myles Garrett? I think they do, and Cincinnati gets the win. What about you, Trent?
Yeah, like Pat said, the key to this game, it sounds simple, but it's just keeping Joe Burrow clean. He struggles against the Browns, and a lot of that has to do with Myles Garrett. So you got to keep him off Burrow, but I do think the Bengals win. Too much tumultuous stuff going on in Cleveland. Bengals win this game.
Houston and Green Bay. Stroud 5-2 against the spread as an underdog for what it's worth. And Jordan Love has been favored 8 times in his career. Over is the way to go as far as this game. That doesn't say much about how he's been as a favorite, but 5-1 are overs when he's in that spot. I'm going to take a flyer here. I know you've got Green Bay. I'm going to take Houston.
No, I've got Houston as well. That was one of my picks for the Fab Live. I've got the Texans covering 3, and I've got them winning outright. I just think the Texans are a better team. Similar standing in the league as far as like what tier they're on, however you want to list it out, and similar style of quarterback play. But ultimately, I just think Houston has the better defense, and I think Houston's the better team. They get a win.
Seattle and Atlanta. Seattle's reeling. I'm not sure if Seattle's going to be a team that's going to be contending for the playoffs when it's all said and done. I think they got off to the hot start. I think they're coming back to reality. We're seeing who Seattle is. I like Atlanta in this game. Give me the Falcons. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you. I love Kirk Cousins for obvious reasons. Go green. And I love their weapons. You know, you talk about Bijan, Kyle Pitts, all that stuff. But I also love Raheem Morris. And I just think maybe this is more about how I feel about the Seahawks because they are reeling, like you said, Mark. And I think their record kind of is what they are. They're an average team. And the Falcons, I think, are a cut above average. So give me the Falcons. Excuse me.
Philadelphia is a 3-point road favorite against the New York Giants. For what it's worth, the Eagles are 2-9-1 against the spread in road divisional games since the start of little typo on here. But since the start of the 2020 season, I believe. 2-9-1 against the spread in road divisional games. That's the lowest percentage of covers in that stretch. When it's 3, it's close to picking a winner. Philadelphia has to win this football game, but they don't play particularly well against the Giants. I still am going to take the Eagles.
They have to win, and they're not gonna. And I think this is weird. I'm taking the Giants. I'm taking Moulton's Giants. Moulton, if you're listening, I got you back. I think the Giants are just going to roll at MetLife. I think this is the game where we look back in a couple months, Mark, and we say that's the game that got Nick Sirianni fired. Give me the Giants.
He could get fired after the game if they win.
He could. You're exactly right. He's already yelling at fans. Weird stuff going on with Sirianni.
All right. Carolina and Washington. You're not picking Carolina, are you?
No. Give me Washington big. Probably my favorite bet of the week.
And you didn't include it in your 5. How many bets could you have made in that segment, Trent?
Every single game. I could have picked every game. College, not as much, but NFL, I love picking every NFL game.
Vegas and the Rams. The Rams are big favorites in this game. I'm surprised the number is as high as it is. But the Raiders are in a sell-off mode. I don't know if the new ownership coming in, Tom Brady, will help pick up a win. I like the Rams in this game.
It's a big number, but I think the Raiders very well might be the worst team in the league. And like you said, they're starting to sell off some of their talent. Rams coming off their bye. Give me Stafford.
Kansas City and San Francisco. We've talked about this a lot on the show already. Trent has Kansas City. I'm taking San Francisco. It's one of the 2 games so far that we differ on. I just think I get Spags. I get Andy Reid coming off of the bye. I think Shanahan's an excellent coach. And we're talking about if they had McCaffrey, it might be different. Well, if they had Rice, if they had Pacheco, if they had half their damn team, it might be different for Kansas City. At some point, they're going to get bit by being short with their lineup, and I think this is the week that it happens.
Yeah, with so many injuries on both sides, really, and you could say that about a lot of NFL matchups at this point in the season. I'll take the better quarterback. That's kind of my line of thinking, and at 1.5, it's basically a pick 'em. Now, obviously, the Niners could win by 1 and cover that spread, but I like the Chiefs. I like Mahomes in this spot. I think he's cool, calm, and collected, and I think the Chiefs win by a touchdown.
Stat of the week for you right here. Since 2020, the Jets are the worst against the spread team in the league when playing on short rest. They're 2-7.
The Jets are?
The Jets are the worst team on short rest since 2020.
Well, that doesn't bode well, especially because they are now an even older team than they were 48 hours ago. Devontae Adams headed there. A lot of people are high on that move. They think the chemistry between Rodgers and Adams is going to do wonders. I don't buy it.
I like Pittsburgh in this game as well. To Monday night we go, Baltimore and Tampa Bay. I already told everybody I'm all over Baltimore and Lamar Jackson. Do you agree, Trent?
Yeah, hard to pick against Lamar when he's playing the NFC. I'm with you. I think the Ravens have kind of found a groove, and they dodged a bullet by that 0-2 start because that AFC North has not really lived up to the hype that we thought it would, Mark. And it now looks like the NFC North might be closer to that juggernaut division we thought we'd get. The Ravens taking good advantage of some injuries and whatnot in their own division. They're rolling.
How many playoff teams come from the AFC North?
2.
What 2?
I think the Ravens make it, and I think the Bengals find a way to make it as a wild card.
I think I'm with you. In the game that everybody can't wait for Monday night, the Chargers in Arizona on ESPN+. Boy, if there's a game I want to stream, it's the Chargers and the Cardinals. Hey, I think the Chargers are playing pretty good football, particularly defensively, as we just talked about with Pat Kirwan. I'll take Harbaugh and the Chargers. Give me LA to win on the road in Arizona.
I'm actually going to go the other way. I love the Cardinals' run game. I'm not a huge Kyler Murray fan, but I think their O-line gets a decent push for him and James Conner, and I think the Cardinals pull this one out somehow at home.
So there's a little rundown of the NFL schedule for the week. Trent and I differing on 3 games. He has the Giants. I have Philadelphia. I have San Francisco. He has Kansas City, and he is taking Arizona, and I am taking the Los Angeles Chargers in the Monday night games as we look ahead to the Week 7 slate. Miller and Moulton, text line open at 21,000 in case you have any thoughts on the games that we just picked that you think that we're way off base. Love to hear from you there. You can always join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, to see Trent in full Lions garb, hat, t-shirt, and it wasn't enough. Wasn't enough that he doubled the Lions up. His dad noticed it and put a poster behind him.
Mark.
I gotta say, how are there not? If you're sitting at the bar in the basement, a lot of us are transplants down here in Florida. We all remember nothing screams Michigan quite like basement bar. But where's the neon behind you? Where is the? I mean, it seems that you're short some items in this bar from a decoration standpoint. I think Dad's got to get on the ball a little bit here.
Yeah, and this is another reminder to check out Twitch because that's what we're talking about here. The backdrop only goes so far. I've got a TV over here to my right. I've got a fridge over here to my right. There's a sink behind me. It's quite the setup, but Mark, I'm with you. We got to get some more Detroit representation, some neon signs, some campy koozies or something. Something's got to be sitting around here. I'm with you.
Miller and Moulton, a reminder, David will be back on Monday. Having surgery today, so our wishes are all with David for a speedy recovery and hope that he is back indeed on Monday from his shoulder surgery that he is having literally right now. When you're saying, is David listening? No, I know for a fact he's not listening. And yes, even if he were able to, I don't think he'd be listening. No, I think it's the one thing that Miller and Moulton have in common. When we're not working, we're not working.
I was just going to say, when it's a day off, it is a day off. So obviously we all are thinking of David Moulton and big shoes to fill, but I'm having a blast here today with you, Mark. It is great to talk football and sports as we head into the weekend. Nothing better.
And I know you could do a whole show talking Lions, but it's got to be fun for you because you're working in Michigan and you work on a Michigan sports network where it's Tigers and Lions and Michigan Wolverines nonstop, to be able to talk a little bit about the rest of the league, because I know you love the NFL.
Yeah, I do. I totally do. And it obviously it helps when the Lions are good. And like you said, the Lions are 4-1. They're rolling. They got to take care of the 5-0 Vikes, but I think they can. So got to keep me happy, Mark.
Yes, indeed. No doubt there. A reminder that if your commercial property was impacted by the devastation of Hurricanes Helene or Milton, 360 Fire and Flood is here to help. Whether you've been affected by wind, water, debris, or need temporary power, our dedicated team of restoration experts is standing by to help restore and rebuild your property and your community. Call our national emergency phone number at 833-360-3334. That's 833-360-3334. Or visit our website at 360fireflood.com and mention you heard us on the Miller and Moulton Show. The Diamond District bonus hour coming up on the other side. For those listening along the network, you can join us on Twitch or stream the show. If you've been listening and are missing that bonus hour, you can always download it in the usual places, including millerandmoulton.com, to catch anything you may have missed on the show. Lee Sterling made his picks in the 7 o'clock hour. Trent and I made our picks as well in the 7 o'clock hour, as David texted in his picks for us as well. So you got an idea of what David's thinking for the weekend's games. We just went through the NFL slate. Pat Kirwan joined us, as he always does, in the 8 o'clock hour. The bonus hour is on the other side. Miller and Moulton with the Trent Valley filling in for a Moulton on a Football Friday. Thanks so much for listening. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Baxberg, is that a real story? That is why Jay Cutler is a funny guy to me because, I mean, he played for the Bears, so obviously I didn't like him when he played, but the Lions actually kind of beat him quite a bit. I mean, that was in the days where we had Ndamukong Suh, and he got after Cutler, and it was always funny to watch Cutler going down. But now, in his post-playing days, he's actually a really good personality. He has a good he does a podcast with somebody, and it's pretty good stuff. So, on that note, tough to hear that he was arrested for a DUI. Come on, Jay. He lives in Nashville, I believe, that's because he went to Vanderbilt and he lives in Nashville, I think. Twitch chat room, I missed you guys. I really have. Just want to take the moment to say that. You guys rock. One of the best parts of the show was the breaks, and the breaks are fun because of you guys. And thank you for everyone asking how things are going up here. Going well. I definitely miss Florida. I definitely miss Mark and David. It's nothing like doing a show with those guys. Brett, that's a good way to put it. And yes, so E says you bounce in and out time to time. Yeah, so the clock on our show that I work on here, first of all, it's only 6 to 9. So from 9 to 10, I pretty much get to tune into the bonus hour every single day. And then our clock is different. So our breaks are slightly, like we go to break at 11 minutes past the hour, not 14. So I get to catch like 3 minutes of what Mark and David are talking about. So I'll bounce in and kind of see what's going on, but I don't get to stay, unfortunately. But it's fun. They said you want to co-host today. It was a no-brainer. Nick, are you a Packers fan? That's the real question. I would assume you are, but are you a Packers fan?
The hell did he want?
Who?
Your dad.
Oh, he's bringing down Lions stuff. I'm like, no, I'm good. he's listening upstairs. He's working from home, and he's just up there. He brought down this big like Lions bar sign that really should be hanging up right there anyway. So after the show, I'll get out a hammer and a nail.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Well, by now, if you've been listening, you know that David Moulton is not here today. David had surgery on his shoulder this morning, so we're wishing him all the best to a speedy recovery, and he is expected to return on Monday. But one Trent Bally has filled in and done quite a nice job, if I do say so myself. Trent, thanks for filling in today. Been a lot of fun. Still got an hour left. It's the Diamond District Bonus Hour brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. They've got a big event coming up here in a couple of weeks. You'll hear more about that next week. And we've talked a lot of football from 7 o'clock until 9 o'clock. We began the show talking a pretty good amount of baseball because, well, last night was special. You don't get games quite like what we had between Cleveland and the Yankees. And unbelievable stats. Was sent this during the show that the Guardians were 0-46, and Guardians and Indians were 0-46 when trailing by 2+ runs in the 9th inning of playoff games. Well, that's their first one. But it makes sense. That game was over. Their closer, who now had given up more home runs in the postseason than he had given up all of the regular season, that he had given up more earned runs in the postseason than he did in all of the regular season. You could see the energy taken out of the ballpark last night when Giancarlo Stanton hit the second of back-to-back home runs between here and Aaron Judge. And it looked as if it was over for the Guardians. They added another run in the 9th to get it to 5-3, only to see an unbelievable comeback by the Guardians in the game last night. You just have to tip your cap to what the Guardians did. By no means does it give them the series, but it certainly gives them hope. As Jockenzie Noel hit the bomb in the 9th and David Fry in the 10th. Remarkable comeback, remarkable game. It had great defense. It had a couple of overturned plays. I've got to say one little thing. I'm guilty of not watching a lot of regular season baseball. Follow the scores, but the team that I've rooted for has been lousy for 10 years. And when the Bally's whole thing happened and it got taken off your cable systems, I cut the cord. So I don't have the Bally's apps. I could have paid for them, but that means no Marlins or no Rays. And I love watching the Rays. I've been watching the Rays for years. I like their broadcast. They're an entertaining team. But you hear Seth all the time talk about when it's appointment television, when you've cut the cord, if it's not there, it's just not there. So I've watched the TBS games on Tuesday. I've watched the occasional baseball game here and there. I love baseball instant replay. I love the plays at first, that we see what's going to happen so quickly and that they're able to fix wrongs and
get it right is really what it comes down to, right, Mark? I don't think anyone can really argue with getting it right is better for the sport in general. You and I are Tigers fans. We remember Armando Galarrago's, what was it, a 28-out perfect game? I mean, if replay had been a thing back then, that kid would have a perfect game to his name. But you're exactly right, Mark. One swing of the bat from Big Christmas, and then also I saw this. It was a little corny on social media. Friday came early for the Guardians, came a day early with Fry going yard for the win. Awesome game because the Yankees really were in position to, like you said, Mark, steal one and go up 3. To steal a game is one thing. To steal a game on the road and go up 3-0 is all but the final nail in the coffin. And the Guardians were able to rally. Guardians, stupid name. They were able to rally and come back and actually make this a series to the point where now, Mark, tonight, they're still in Cleveland. They have all the momentum, if that's even a thing in baseball. And they could even it up, and we could be going to a Game 5 tomorrow. So I think, well, we're going to a Game 5 regardless. But I think, I think the Yankees are going to finish this thing off relatively quickly. But who knows?
You think the Yankees are winning the next 2 in Cleveland and winning this in 5?
Yes, I think the Yankees. I think the Yankees are by far the best team of those two, and we'll see who comes out of the NL.
They won 2 more games in the regular season. What has
correct? But I would, if I'm looking at it from, like, put it this way: the Dodgers or the Mets. Who do they want to play on the other side? They would much rather play Cleveland than play against the Yankees. You want to pitch to that lineup, and I know it's a little top heavy, but the guys that make it top heavy, I mean, Aaron Judge is MVP, right? Juan Soto's Juan Soto for a reason. Those guys, I don't want to pitch to those guys. And one last thing, Mark, one quick thought that we haven't really talked about a ton. We talked about Emmanuel Clase and how good he's been this season. You want to talk about skating by right now. I mean, he deserves a hell of a lot of flack, and he's not getting it because they won. But it reminds me, Mark, of 2016, that World Series where the Cubs bring over Aroldis Chapman. And that's when he was in his prime, and it was a big deal. He's the best closer in baseball. And he comes into that Game 7 and gets rocked by, I think it was Rajay Davis or something. Neither here nor there. I'm trying to do my best Moulton impression and remember things off the top of my head. But either way, it's like, okay, he's a great closer, and he's got all these numbers. Well, when the lights are bright, sometimes you're not built for it. So impressive for the Guardians to win in spite of their best pitcher, ironically. It's crazy what we're seeing.
And the Dodgers pounded the Mets. They're a game away from moving to the World Series. So Fox will have half of their World Series right. You've listened to this show. Trent knows what we talk about. It's a television show. They want Yankees and Dodgers. They don't want a Subway Series. It did not rate well the last time they had one. They don't want Cleveland in it because it won't rate well, period. They want Yankees, Dodgers. And
with a bullet.
I think they'd like to see these extend a little bit, but if the choices are extending the chance for one of these teams to lose or just get it over with and get the Yankees and Dodgers in the World Series, I think we're all looking forward to Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge competing against one another in a best-of-7 series. It would be remarkable theater. It's been since 81 since we've had a Dodgers-Yankees World Series, so it's a long time coming. When those of us of a certain age remember it happened in, 3 and 4 years, or 3 and 5 years, or whatever the hell it was. Now you've got a chance to see it again.
And in a sport like baseball, I mean, Mark, we've seen over the last 5 years, they're trying to renovate the game. They're trying to cater to that younger audience. What better way to do it than Shohei versus Judge? And yes, I know it's more about the team and everything, but if you're going to build stars, those are probably the two best players in the sport. Let's just call a spade, at least position players, right?
Well, and then you add to it Soto, who's unbelievable. You add Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts on the Dodgers, the top of that order, and Freeman's still banged up. So, you know, it would be big for the Dodgers to finish this series off, to give Freddie Freeman some time. Because he wouldn't be playing if this were regular season games. And so to give him any rest right now would be a huge advantage for the Dodgers. I think they'd love to get this sucker over with today and move on and give Freeman the rest that he deserves playing banged up with that leg.
We did a lot of NFL picks and football picks for the weekend. Who do you like tonight, though, in baseball? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm just curious. I mean, we've got two pretty solid series, two very watchable series going on.
Well, I think the Dodgers have figured the Mets out, and their pitching's going really strong right now. So I think the Dodgers are going to get it done and take care of the Mets. And you're probably right with the Yankees, but I think Cleveland wins tonight, and then the Yankees win Game 5, and then we'll get Game 6 or 7 and win the series. But I think Cleveland evens the series tonight, and I think the Dodgers close out the Mets tonight.
Okay, I'm with you in the NLCS. I think the Dodgers close it out, but I've said time and time again this morning, and I'm going to stick with it. I really do just think the Yankees are the better team. I think yesterday was almost a clunker, and the fact that they almost stole it, like I keep saying, that's impressive to me. I think the Yankees are the best team in baseball, and I hate to say it. It brings me no pleasure, trust me, but I think the Yankees are going to win this thing.
The Yankees are better than the Dodgers?
I do, yeah.
Interesting.
I think they got better hitting, and ultimately, I mean, I don't know. Would you push back on that? You think the Dodgers are better?
I think it's a great series.
Yeah.
I think it's a terrific series. I just love the front end of the Dodgers lineup even more than that. The X factor in this is the way Giancarlo Stanton's been playing.
Yeah.
His playoff baseball has been fantastic. He's hitting the ball really well, and that's, to me, another advantage that the Yankees have. You may be right in that the Yankees are getting hits deeper down their lineup than really what the Dodgers are. The Dodgers are so front-loaded that it makes it they've got to have those guys going to win.
Yes, and there's one bottom line, and you've nailed it, Mark, but it's the truth. These networks and this sport is begging for a Yankees-Dodgers World Series. So I think it's just a matter of time. I think that's what we're going to get, and we'll see if the Dodgers can pop some champagne tonight.
We've talked some college football on the show today. The Gators taking on Kentucky, FSU taking on Duke, and Duke's a favorite. That's what it's boiled down to. There's one team left in the state of Florida for college football fans. It's the Miami Hurricanes. For the rest of you, it's a lost season. The Noles season's completely lost. The Gators are trying to fight through whatever it is after the loss to Tennessee. If they can resurrect any sort of a season, it seems unlikely. UCF's a 2-touchdown underdog taking on Iowa State, and South Florida is a favorite. They have UAB, one of the worst teams in Division I football. Trent Dilfer, your namesake on the front ends, having a hell of a year. Brought the kids up on stage and tried to say we're not Alabama, and he's been taking a lot of heat there. So South Florida desperately needs a win. They had to relocate their game with Memphis because of Moulton. They got drilled. So South Florida, which I had much higher expectations for, seems to have regressed the last couple of weeks. So we'll see if they can get their act together against an inferior opponent on Saturday. But the big games in college football are the Miami-Louisville game at noon Tennessee, Alabama in the middle of the day, and Georgia and Texas going on Saturday night, as Lee Sterling on the show earlier picking the Dogs outright to win that game. He picked Louisville outright to win that game. I'm not sure about Louisville at all. I think I think Louisville is one of the more overrated teams in college football. Everybody's telling me they're a top 40 team. They're really 2-2.
Oh, I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you on that for sure. But I just think that the Canes are for real. I think the Canes are like actual contenders. And I know that some Miami fans are probably jaded and don't want to even hear that because they don't want to believe it until they continue to see it. But I think the Canes roll in that game. It's going to be a good game, though. It's number 1 on the slate, right? Number 2 on the slate, maybe behind Texas, Georgia. And in that game, Mark, I know we talked about that a little bit. I know you've got a Georgia fan or two in your life that would be happy if the Dogs are able to pull that one out. But I love Texas.
I do too. Georgia's defense scares me. Mississippi, and it may have been a look ahead, but Mississippi State was able to run the ball on Georgia effectively in that game. And I don't get where Georgia's defense is. They're going to have obviously a much more inspired performance on the defensive side of the football to see if they can get after Quinn Ewers a little bit. How their back end will play against Texas receivers, I worry about that. Texas is playing great football. You said it earlier, Trent. You think they're the best team in the country. And, I mean, clearly the best team, and that's why they're ranked number 1 as they take on the Dogs. Miller and Moulton. Trent Bally sitting in for David today. It's the Diamond District Bonus Hour. Thanks so much for listening. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You want to do NBA here, Mark? You know, one of the biggest things I noticed when I started working on a 3-hour
Jay
show.
Cutler arrested.
Yeah, they were talking about that last break. Or in the chat room, they were.
DUI, possession of a handgun.
Eek. Jay Cutler. Hey, Adam, if you're still listening, by the way, yes, I think the Jags should hire Ben Johnson. He'll be terrific for you. And then, yeah, Mark Brunell can run OC. Could turn them around. We'll see. Although Ben Johnson, I don't want to complain because the Lions offense is what it is. It's maybe the best in the league, but sometimes it's too cute. Sometimes. You should be running the ball every single first down, no questions asked. Even if everyone in the arena knows what you're doing, it doesn't matter. Your O-line is that good. Hand it off. It's a free 5 yards. Deadstruck, I'm not saying he should. I'm saying the Jack should hire him. Whether he goes there or not is his decision. No NBA, says Johnny Mac.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm giving him 24 seconds to give his league predictions. Now, does the guy you do the show for, does he have a lot of guests, or does he just do solo 3 hours pretty much all day?
We have a guest pretty much every day, and we do it. But he only really likes to do like one a day. He doesn't like to do 2 or 3. So we do one guest typically at 8:35. And I was going to tell you one of the bigger differences I've noticed since working on that show is it's only 3 hours. Like that 1 hour makes a huge difference.
Oh, you have no idea.
Because I know you and David love the bonus hour so much.
Right. We need it now because we need the inventory if we're going to be profitable. Yeah. But
no, it's worked out. It's all things happen for a reason. And no, that wasn't snarky. I genuinely mean that. I love getting to listen to the bonus hour, though, because I'm on my way home and I get to actually hear you guys for, I don't know, probably 40 minutes of the show.
How do you take it in? ESPN app?
Yeah. Yeah, I usually listen on the app. Occasionally, I like to get in here to see what the Twitch chat room is saying, but you got to send me Jake's ECU podcast.
I will.
Yeah, I didn't know he was doing that. That's cool.
All right, here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. It is the bonus hour brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. Computer that to my left just started firing random sounds.
Been there, Mark.
Fortunately, it's far enough away from the microphone that I don't think anything came over the air. Not that it wouldn't have hurt anything. It was just a commercial, but neither here nor there. Trent Bally filling in for David today. David will be back on Monday. Trent, I'm curious. You've been sitting with me here now for nearly 3.5 hours. I'll give you the floor here. Is there anything, you like I said before, you kind of get lost in having to talk about all things Michigan with your day job. Is there anything we've missed today that you want to get out there? I know the NBA season starts on Tuesday. Do you have and I won't let you break the whole season down. I'll turn your microphone off. I would. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah. No, to be honest, no, Mark. I love, it's one of the biggest things I miss about Miller Moulton is we talk a lot of football, and that's what it is. It's my favorite sport. It's my favorite sport to watch. It's my favorite sport to play in the backyard or after a couple pops and you just start slinging the ball around and your arm's killing you, your shoulders killing you the next day. Football's awesome, and we've been talking a lot of football, and my Lions are on a roll, thank God.
All right, question for you. I know some of our listeners who have been with us a while would want to know, as Pat brought up in the Twitch chat room during the break, of your dad missing a Lions playoff game so your brother could bring his girlfriend.
Yes.
Is brother still with same girlfriend?
He is. And furthermore, Mark, she just got an apartment in downtown Detroit, like literally a stone's throw away from Ford Field. So that in and of itself is reason enough to bring her to the playoff game. You got a place to stay. Not buying it?
No. Now, I will say the apartment downtown that close could be the final straw for your brother to put a ring on her finger. I mean, that might be enough right there for him to say, you know, this is working out even better than I thought.
Trust me, I've been waiting for it for years. I love her. She's tremendous. She's like a sister to me. I need it to happen, Mark. Trust me. I'm there.
And no one from Appleton, Wisconsin entered your life since we've last talked, right?
Nobody. Nope. Nothing to report on that front. A lot of change, moving around. Kind of hard to settle down when you're constantly moving around. But all for good reason.
And lastly, and I know we brought this up on the show very limited times, but I've got to ask, do you still have the same car and is it running?
I do have the same car and it is still running. I put a bunch of money into it last week, Mark. I went and got, I say a bunch of money. I put like $50 in. I got my oil changed. I got brake fluid. I got washer fluid. I got all sorts of stuff. I gave her the works. And then I took her through the car wash. So she's still running.
Will she make the winter?
Time will tell. I'll keep you and David updated, of course.
All right.
The jalopy.
Those are some things I wanted to know. I've been seeing that car pulling every morning going, man, is it going to make it home?
Is it going to make it 2 miles down the road to the apartment complex that I was at off Estero Parkway? Gosh, I miss Florida.
I could just see that car on the highway. I can vision it just shaking every once in a while, just giving a violent shake. Like, no. 65's all I got. That's it. Back off.
It rattles. It rattles. She talks to me. She rattles.
Miller and Moulton here, Diamond District bonus hour, having a little fun. Trent Valley filling in for David today. David will be back on Monday. We made our NFL picks against straight up, and Trent and I differed on 3 games. Trent probably making the smart choice, taking Kansas City. I've got San Francisco. Trent taking Arizona. I will say the one thing about your Cardinals pick, they play hard every week. That team plays, I don't know how good they are, but they're not an easy out.
Well, and another thing, too, is I put a future bet on Marvin Harrison Jr. to win Rookie of the Year over the quarterbacks, because usually it's a quarterback award, right? The best rookie quarterback wins that award. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. has the chops to win that thing, and he's playing really well.
Trent, I think you should be drug tested for that statement.
Okay.
I mean, we've got Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams both balling.
No, I did it before the season. I mean, obviously, knowing what I know now, Jaden Daniels is balling, yes.
I mean, that's okay. I get the pick when you did it, but for you to sit there and say that by the way, isn't he in concussion protocol?
He might be right now, yeah.
But unless Jaden Daniels gets hurt, that award is his.
It's his to lose. Even with Caleb Williams coming on strong now, it's that early season, Jaden Daniels got that inside track. And like you and I have talked about, Mark, there hasn't been an NFC East repeat champion since McNabb and the Eagles, and I think it was 2004. So that door is wide open for the Commanders, and they seem to be running right through it.
It is amazing the pressure that C.J. Stroud put on all of these organizations drafting rookie quarterbacks. And for the moment, it looks as if all the rookie quarterbacks are delivering. Bo Nix is improving every game. He has a great defense. I don't know how good that team is. They've got a pretty tough stretch coming up. I think they play Carolina next week. And then after that, they've got a tough stretch of games that we'll find out what they're made of then. But they can still be hanging around for a wild card when it's said and done. Caleb Williams and the Bears look as if they're going to be hanging around for a wild card when it's all. Don't know if they'll get one, because that would mean almost 4 teams from the North make the playoffs if the Bears get into me. I think they're the 4th team, but I don't think it's by much. I mean, if we're both wrong, and Minnesota beats Detroit, that's a 2-game advantage there. And I know Detroit will still get them at home, so it's not that big of a circumstance to overcome for Detroit. But the way the Bears are playing right now, they're a viable playoff contender. And Jordan Daniels is taking the Commanders and looking like they have a shot to win that division. It is remarkable to me what's going on with these rookie quarterbacks. Drake May, he'll figure it out. He just came into the starting role here a couple of weeks ago. I'll tell you what, if Drake May plays well and beats Jacksonville, he could be the first rookie quarterback to get a coach fired this year.
I was just going to say, Drake May has a chance to do something hilarious, and I'm sorry to all the Jags fans listening. We love you, Jacksonville. But you're all going to get a chance to see him up close and personal because, I mean, they're playing in London, and they're playing at 9:30. It's a standalone game in that slate. I'm kind of excited for that game, Mark. I don't think I've ever been this excited to watch two bad teams play each other.
Well, there's a lot. I know Peterson seems to think that he's, I've talked to the owner every week. We're in lockstep. I don't know. I don't know how many more he can afford to lose before they make some sort of change there in Jacksonville as things have gone awry quickly. Just curious, your thoughts on Trevor Lawrence. Do you think that this is a matter of too many they dropped 4 touchdown passes last week.
Yep. That's the key. That's the stat, Mark. I think Trevor Lawrence is actually rock solid, and they had to pay him what they had to pay him because that's what the market is. That's the nature of the beast. Ask Jera and the Cowboys, who gave Dak Prescott $60 million a year. That's just what it is. You've got a franchise quarterback. He's rock solid. He needs a little more help around him.
They didn't have to pay him $60 million a year, though.
Well, no.
They could have done that deal months before.
I agree. And don't you think it's hilarious how it happens and the news comes out the morning of week 1? I mean, of course, right? Jerry wants all the talk to be about the Cowboys. Did you hear his interview this week, Mark?
Oh, yeah. We talked about it on the show. It was Moulton was great because Moulton would have gotten fired. Because if Moulton was doing the interview, he would have pressed him even more.
He would have dared him. He would have dared Jerry to keep going. Look, Jerry is clearly pressing. I mean, he turned 82 the other day, right? And the Lions gave him a nice birthday gift. I think he's genuinely surprised that the Cowboys are this bad. And I say this bad, they're not a bad team, but they're 3-3. I think he thought they were going to be probably closer to 5-1 than 3-3, right, Mark?
Oh, yeah. And I did not have Dallas making the playoffs this year.
Oh, I didn't either. I'm just saying what's going on in Jerry's head is not necessarily coinciding with what's going on in our heads as astute viewers of football.
If your commercial property was impacted by the devastation of Hurricanes Helene or Milton, 360 Fire and Flood is here to help. Whether you've been affected by wind, water, debris, or need temporary power, our dedicated team of restoration experts is standing by to help restore and rebuild your property and your community. Call our national emergency phone number at 833-360-3334. That's 833-360-3334. Or visit our website at 360fireflood.com and mention you heard us right here on Miller and Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when and what's on tap. It's how we finish things off every day on Miller and Moulton.
Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct, The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Trent, I know you've substitute taught before and your family are teachers. My daughter's in a new school this year. Literally everything's on an iPad, but when they correct the homework, I get an email the instant any homework's done.
Do you like that, or is that annoying?
My wife loves it. I like it. I like it when I know it's the test, the homework stuff, but it's certainly a level of accountability that I never had.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't cheat anymore either. It's crazy. You'd think like having computers and doing tests online would make cheating easier. It's actually impossible because they know if you open any other tabs or windows or anything to look stuff up. I got caught a couple times. Mr. Grunhout, if you're listening, I'm sorry. Adam, no, actually, because I'm sitting at the basement bar, I'm on a bar stool, and it's very, very, very uncomfortable. After 4 hours, I am kind of shifting my weight quite a bit.
I could give you the stinky chair.
Oh, my gosh, that chair stinks. Stinks. Behind the scenes here, everybody, for those who don't know. So that chair that Mark's sitting, it's not the one you're sitting in.
No.
There's two chairs in that studio. There's the pink one, and then there's the gray one. The gray one smells like sewage. I don't know why. It smelled like that when I got there. Felipe warned me about it. Then I warned Mark about it. It's a bad chair.
Horrible.
Mark texted me one day randomly. He's like, you were right. This chair does stink. I'm like, yeah. Made me laugh.
Chris apparently has tried to get rid of it, but the one, Rick Church, the one, he likes it. That's his chair when he's doing the board hopping, and he's kind of the other producer in the building for everything, not the afternoon show, and he fills in when needs to there. Great dude.
Yeah, he's cool.
You know Rick? You met Rick?
Twice.
Yeah,
I met him twice, I think. Yeah, he's cool.
His son passed not too long ago.
Oh, my God.
Well, son at MD. So he lived a lot longer than was ever expected, but
well, that's good. But yeah, that's really
still tragic. Yeah.
Is this like the perfect time of year in Florida, Mark? Where it's like is the weather, is it kind of like fall?
Yes and yes. We're locking into the best month of November's the best month of the year here.
Okay.
Late like October.
Mid 70s?
70s into 80s, but 60s at night, sometimes 50s.
Okay.
Problem is everybody else has figured out they're starting to come back a lot earlier.
Not in the bathroom, Deadstruck, but I appreciate the concern. I guess the sink is really throwing people off. It does kind of look like a bathroom.
I think it's a little of the sound too. That little echo thing gets at that bathroom sound. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Well, not really. David's got the day off today. He'll be back on Monday. Trent Valley has done a great job filling in today. Thank you so much, Trent. We appreciate it.
It's been fun, Mark. I joked about this at the beginning, and I mean it, though. I have missed this show, and I have missed talking sports with you guys. You know, we go back and forth. We text and stuff, but it's not the same as getting on the mic with you guys. It's a lot of fun. And
Well,
I hope David's doing well, of course.
Absolutely. David's been joking, said he's getting Wally Pip today. I'm like, that's not happening, David.
No shot.
That's not happening.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Big day today. 1867 we start when the U.S. takes formal possession of Alaska from Russia, paying $7.2 million for the Alaska purchase. One of the great land swindles of all time.
It's probably up there with the Louisiana purchase, isn't it?
Right. Which one's better?
I don't know. Would you rather have Alaska or Louisiana? I'd take Louisiana.
Well, and that went way up further than Louisiana, obviously. So probably the purchase. It was about but the chunk of land pretty similar. The American flag was raised in Puerto Rico for the first time today in 1898. Charles Strait was granted a patent today for his invention in 1921. The automatic pop-up toaster. Where would we be without it? The New York Herald Tribune dubs the Notre Dame Four Horsemen today in 1924 as Notre Dame beats Army 13-7. 1967, the Jungle Book film is released by Disney. 1977, Reggie becomes Mr. October, hitting 3 consecutive home runs to tie Babe Ruth's World Series record. The Yankees would beat the Dodgers to win 8-4 and win the series 4-2. Today in 88, Roseanne debuted on ABC. Toronto becomes the first non-American team to win a World Series game, beating Atlanta 5-4 today in 1992. And in 2009, TB12 throws 5 second-quarter touchdown passes against the Tennessee Titans, an NFL record for touchdown passes in one quarter. Chuck Berry, George C. Scott, Keith Jackson, Forrest Gregg, Peter Boyle, and Dawn Wells. You would know her as Marianne on Gilligan. All would have celebrated birthdays today. Coach Ditka's 85. Chuck Lorre from 2.5 Men and The Big Bang Theory, he's 72. The producer of it. Martina Navratilova is 68. The Hitman, Thomas Hearns, is 66. Jean-Claude Van Damme is 64. Lindsey Vonn is 40. And Southwest Florida's favorite female athlete, Brittany Griner, is 34 years old today.
That's a great touch. Great touch on Brittany Griner. Mark, I got a quick thing. So,
all right.
Any of the loyal listeners might remember that I love hair metal. I love 1980s rock in general. Today in 1989, Axl Rose threw his band under the bus on stage with GNR, said he's quitting the band unless they get their crap together. And, of course, he didn't use crap. The band was strung out on heroin, and Axl Rose was like, look, if you guys don't get it together, I'm out. So he said that in front of everybody at the show. It's kind of an iconic moment in hair metal history, Mark. That's all. That's all I got.
Saw Guns N' Roses. Pat Kirwan was telling us during the breaks that he was at Woodstock. Told us some great, if there was ever a reason to be on Twitch, today was the day for Pat's Woodstock stories. They were unbelievable. But I saw Guns N' Roses in the spring of 88, right before they blew up. They had Welcome to the Jungle was out. Sweet Child of Mine had not yet become a single.
Okay.
And that's when they exploded. But saw them at the Saginaw Civic Center in front of about 5,000 people. One of the best shows I've ever seen.
Did you ever see any boxing fights at the Saginaw Civic Center?
The Golden Gloves. Growing
Okay.
up, my dad and I'd go see the Golden Gloves.
Okay, gotcha.
But that was the only fighting that ever came there. They didn't have, professional fighting, at least not while I was alive.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to South Carolina, where a woman's loyalty to her favorite college team earned her $200,000. She stopped by the Walmart in Simpsonville, South Carolina, with the intention of buying 2 scratchers. A Carolina jackpot, which has a South Carolina University theme, and a Clemson jackpot, which bears the logo of Clemson. She realized she only had enough change to buy 1 ticket, so she went with her favorite team, the Gamecocks. She professed, "I'm a Carolina fan for life." Couldn't believe it. It means even more to be a Carolina fan now. The ticket was a $200,000 winner, and for you, young lady, we say, go Cox.
Yeah, I'm glad they're winning something. Hello! That was for you, Moulton.
For the bad, we go to Newfoundland, where authorities in Canada are trying to solve the mystery of unidentified white blobs that have been washing up on Newfoundland beaches. They range in size from a coin to a dinner plate. They started showing up on area beaches in September. They say it could be fluid or originating from a whale, but opinions are split on what the blobs are. We will try to keep you abreast of the situation.
They're white blobs. They don't know what they are. They're not living. They're just white masses.
Just white masses that are washing up on the beaches.
That's something.
And finally, the ugly. I don't normally do this, but this is a sad story and wanted to bring it up. Last night, the Boathouse Tiki Bar and Grill in Cape Coral by the Yacht Club burned to the ground. Absolutely tragic story. They just reopened after Moulton, and right now the owners are calling it a total loss. We were there having drinks when you were living here.
Yeah, it's a great spot. It's a great spot. You got the little Cape Coral Beach right there. It's that is tragic. Hope they can find some way to come back at some point.
And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, October the 18th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. New officers get a $10,000 sign-on bonus. There you go, Trent. You need 10 grand. Maybe you could become a Cape Cop.
It's not a bad idea, I'll hop in my car, Mark. I'll let you know when I make it there or when I don't. If you know what I mean.
No, I definitely know what you mean. How far do you think you'd get in that car right now if you had to? Because you made it to you left from Nashville and didn't make it all the way here the first time. Do you think your car could make it to Nashville?
I think so. It's done it many times. I've driven to Nashville and back probably at least 20 times. I do that drive a lot. My brother lives there, and when I was living at home going through chemotherapy, I would go kind of take a load off and go to Nashville for the weekend, and that was awesome. And I made it no problem. It was getting down to Florida that was the real problem, because from Nashville to Fort Myers is about 12 hours. And that extra 4 hours makes quite the difference.
Dodgers and Mets, 5:08. That's the early one today. FS1 for Dodgers and Mets. Dodgers are a slight favorite in the game. They lead 3-1, trying to close out the series. Yankees and Guardians, 8:08 TBS. Yankees are a slight favorite in that one as well. 4 college football games tonight. Florida State and Duke. ESPN 2. Duke's a 3-point favorite over the Noles. Oregon and Purdue. That one's on Big Fox. The Ducks are a 28.5-point favorite on the road.
A lot of points.
Oklahoma State and BYU. I got a sneaking suspicion Oklahoma State's going to play them really tough today. I don't know if they win, but I'm getting 10 in Oklahoma State. I'd take the 10. especially if I can get a booster or a sprinkle, Trent.
That was the thing, Mark. I was so excited to come in with a boost or a sprinkle. I don't have the Hard Rock app anymore. I can't have the Florida boosts because it checks your location, and I can't cheat anymore. I don't have the booster sprinkle today.
And then Fresno State and Nevada at 10:30. Fresno State's a 2.5-point favorite in that one. NHL tonight, just 3 games in the National Hockey League. Carolina and Pittsburgh play at 7. San Jose and Winnipeg and Anaheim and Colorado, as Colorado is still looking for their first win. They are 0-4 on the season. WNBA, game 4 of their final between the Liberty and the Lynx. The Liberty a 3.5-point favorite. 8 o'clock start. I believe that's on ESPN. It is. They've been getting pretty good ratings. I'll be curious to see how they do tonight. Not a lot that they're going against. They're going against Oregon and Purdue. I mean, there's not a lot out there sports-wise that they're competing against. It's a bad TV night in general. Friday night's not a well-watched night. But I'll be curious how the Liberty and Lynx do in that game from a viewership standpoint.
Yeah, Mark, that's a good point. That's a good point. There is preseason NBA, which I know everyone cares about so much. But other than that, I mean, yeah, you're right. It's pretty much hockey and baseball in the early afternoon, or not early afternoon, early evening. How's that? Yeah, I don't know. I probably won't tune into the WNBA. I'll just be honest, but
I won't either.
Nonetheless, I'd rather have it than not have it. I mean, it's sports.
I'll be watching baseball. I have been into the baseball playoffs. I'll be lockstep with both games tonight once again. Last night was truly just a great night. That first game is an October classic. It had everything you wanted. It had great defense. It had a couple of errors. Had timely hitting. Closers not being able to close. Just a terrific game last night. Be curious what they can do to top that act in game 4 tonight, if anything at all. Trent and I both picked the Dolphins for what it's worth against Indianapolis.
I think they've got the best player on the field, and I know a lot of people would lean Jonathan Taylor. I go Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's the best player on that field. Make that impact. I know someone's got to get him the ball, but come on, Snoop Huntley can get you the ball. Dolphins win that game. Let's go.
This is a big game for McDaniel.
It's huge, Mark, because if they can get to 3-3 with Tua coming back in week 8, that's a huge difference between 3-3 and 2-4 as far as what your mentality is going forward, right?
I couldn't agree more, but also because they're coming off the bye. He's had a lot of time to prepare. I want to see what they're going to do from a run standpoint, how he's going to coach this game, because it's not Tua. He's had some time to develop a game plan with Snoop Huntley and see what they're going to do to try to, how much they run the ball, how effective they are doing it. And you're right. If they get to 3-3 with the way the AFC's gone so far, I mean, you're right back in the thick of things.
And the way the Dolphins were last season, right? I mean, they kind of collapsed down the stretch, but they were one of the biggest juggernauts in that AFC and one of the biggest forces to be reckoned with. And had it not been a record-setting cold game at Arrowhead, they probably could have made a run in the playoffs last year. So I know you and David are a little less bullish on the Dolphins.
Because they can't beat good teams.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, you don't beat good teams, that's a problem. You're not playing a good team this weekend. Go beat them. Come on, Dolphins.
And the Jags in New England, the other Florida game, the Jags, we talked about it, a 9:30 start. So for Jacksonville, they're all must-wins now for the Jags.
Yeah, this game has major number 1 overall pick implications. It just does. I'm sorry, Jags fans, but if you lose this game, might not be the worst thing in the world. You don't need a quarterback. There's no great quarterback prospect this season anyways.
Whoa.
So what?
You don't think Quinn Ewers or Carson Beck or Sanders from Colorado are good prospects?
Okay. It's not Stroud and Bryce Young at the time. I know it's hard for people to turn back the clocks and think of Bryce Young in that light, but Bryce Young coming out of Bama, I don't know. My point is simply, if the Jags end up with a number 1 overall pick and they fire Doug Peterson, you could really kickstart this new era. So that's something to watch for Sunday, because those are 2 bad teams that are going to be in the mix for that number 1 pick.
They definitely are. Neither of them are going to take quarterbacks.
Correct.
I mean, Drake May's the guy with New England. Trevor's the guy and he just signed the big contract, so you can't get out from under that.
Right. He better be the guy.
Do you think he is the guy, by the way?
I think he's good enough to pay what they paid him, just given the going rate for quarterbacks. Now that Dak got $60 million a year, that's only going to go up. So I think in 3 years, you're going to look back and say the Jags have decent value for Trevor.
But do you think he's going to be a top 12 quarterback at some point in the next couple of years?
Yeah, I do.
And
I think he can be Jared Goff level. Jared Goff is right around 8-9. I think Trevor Lawrence can get there.
He's got the talent. There's no doubt. It's just whether or not he can fulfill that talent and get it done. I'm starting to have reservations with the way he's been playing now. It's just...
How can you not?
And, unfortunately, there's so many things going against him. The line's bad. They're one of the leaders in drops.
Yeah, and he's about to probably have his third head coach going into next season. It's just it's a matter of when with Doug Peterson, not necessarily if.
Miller and Moulton. Trent, seriously, great job today. Thank you so much for doing this. It was a big help. We needed you today, and so thanks for coming through. Really appreciate it. David, Godspeed. We're hoping you're back on Monday. To everybody else, enjoy the football weekend. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for listening. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.